Call our meeting to order. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, Commission Member Abad,
Present.
Commission Member Bennett,
Here.
Commission Member Fernandez, no, Tony Fernandez, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say for the record, he'll be joining us later tonight. He excused himself with myself. Commission Member Matos,
Present.
Commission Member Ruano,
Present.
Vice Chairman Inguanzo, Chairman Ley Soto,
Present.
and let the record reflect that Council Member J.C. Fernandez is also with us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we can all rise for a moment of silence. And I will lead us. First, I want to acknowledge and ask that we all pray for former Councilwoman Mary Collins, who passed away this past week. May we all keep her in our prayers. Great woman in our community who did so much for us and is the namesake of a great building that we have dedicated to her out on the west. May her and her family find the peace and joy in knowing that she gave so much to our community. As for the commission, we continue as we hopefully conclude our deliberations on the questions that we will be voting on and preparing to send to the voters of Miami Lakes. May we, in this process, endeavor to be clear, to have the interests of our community out there, and that we continue to just strive to do the best for our community, giving them the options as to what is that they want for the next 10 years. In your name we pray, amen. Amen. Next, I'd like to have Officer Robin Amador to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. Next, I call on opening for order of business. Any deferrals, additions, or deletions to our agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add an addition.
Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, the addition will be some discussion and possible addition of one additional charter amendment. Basically entitled Proposed Charter Amendment Establishing Eligibility Removal Standards, Quasi-Judicial Board Members. I'm sorry for the lateness of this, but it just came to my attention that there was an issue that I think this commission should at least address.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion? I do know, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Town Attorney, is this the opportunity to address the question, or we'll address it when it comes up?
It's completely up to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So just real quick before we move forward on addressing it is I had reviewed the submission that you had made for this charter revision amendment. The question I have for you that I wanted to discuss is before we put it on the agenda, it appears to me it seems to be nearly identical in substance to the item that you had previously brought before the commission that we had addressed with regards about how to remove quasi-judicial members, and that item had failed. And so I'd like to know, how is this any different than that item?
Okay, I'm not familiar with what you're describing. I don't believe I brought this up. This is something that I consider new.
Yes, no, this was an item. Let's see, one second. At the May 4th, 2026 meeting, you had a amendment that you had made for establishing a petition process for the removal of appointed officials that I read in substance to be nearly identical to this one, while it's not exactly word for word, but it still concerns that same item. And in that item, it was moved. However, the motion failed 1-5, and you were the sole member that voted in favor of that one at that meeting.
That was the addition of a petition process. This is not a petition process. That's the substance of it. This is different than that.
Mr. Town Attorney? Sure. And as you're reviewing it, I just want to read into the record from the minutes from the May 4th, 2026 meeting on, this was on old business, item number 2, which was entitled Charter Amendment Proposal Establishing a Petition Process for Removal of Appointed Officials. Second paragraph of that reads, Commission Member Bennett explained the genesis of his item and stated that his amendment was brought forward because he was concerned that the people's will is not being addressed. He alluded that at council meetings, the will of the people is being ignored. He stated that he wants the appointed individuals that are working at the behest of the town council to also perform duties that are the will of the people. To this effect, Commission Member Bennett made a motion to adopt a charter amendment that would allow for public petition according to the rules that are laid out for the elected members in order to remove an appointed official within a committee within the council itself.
And in rebuttal to that, that's the
Give me
petition
one
process.
second. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
And then further down, Commission Member Bennett then read into the record part of the guidance, information, or guidelines he had sent to the town clerk Inguanzo, who she shared with the commission via email. Commission Member Bennett read the following. Whereas the town of Miami Lakes operates a charter that established appointed boards, committees, and administrative officers to carry out essential government duties at the behest of council members. And that was the motion that was seconded and then thereafter failed. You want to go ahead and respond real quick?
Yes, once again, that would be a petition process. This is not a petition process. This is setting up a qualification board to make sure that the individuals that are on quasi-judicial boards have the qualifications as stipulated in the Florida statutes. Our current board is made up, our 3 members of our zoning board is made up of an attorney who has a suspended license. We have a fireman and we have somebody who sells cars.
Yeah.
And yet they are considered qualified to deal with the quasi-judicial housing, planning and zoning. So since we don't have any specific qualifications listed anywhere, I feel it should be part of our charter.
Okay. All right. Mr. Town Attorney, do you have an opinion at this point or should we? Look, what I'll do is, I'm just going to go ahead and call it for a vote. If it moves forward and we place it on the agenda, I think we can have a further discussion as to whether or not it's appropriate at that
That's fine with
time.
me.
So that way
Yeah.
we can move forward and it gives you a little opportunity to review it.
That's fine.
Okay, so and is there any other discussion from any of the commission members on this? All right, all in favor of adding this to, and then which agenda item? I would say let's take this up first. I would ask that we'll do this. I would like to take this up before we go into the town attorney report, even though it's not an it's not an old business item. But if Commissioner Bennett, if you have no objection.
I don't see objection. I see section 8 items for discussion or actions.
I do, but I'd like to take it before the town attorney's report.
Fair enough.
Is that
agree.
fine?
I agree. That's acceptable.
Okay, all right. So all in favor of taking up this item prior to the town attorney report, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion passes. It's been added now under I will have it before the town attorney report. All right. Now, any other order of business? All right, seeing none, we'll close order of business and we'll move forward with public comments, Madam Clerk.
Yes, good evening and welcome to the meeting. And all I want to state, as I always do, welcome to the meeting. If you're here in council chambers, you just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. And if you're watching from home and you wish to participate in public comments, all you need to do is raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon and selecting raise hand, and IT will allow you to speak. And as well, if you're using one of the many numbers that we provide in the agenda to call in and to listen to the meeting, but you still want to participate via phone, you can do so. We welcome you. All you need to do is raise your hand by pressing hashtag number 9, and IT will allow you to speak. And again, if you're here for public comments, please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Stephen Herzberg, Chapter 119. So, as always, thanks for your work. This is hopefully going to be your last meeting, looks like, right? Hopefully, fingers crossed. But you guys have done a good job. And I think the last few meetings have really done really well, and you got into substantive issues. So one substantive issues and the rest on the ballot questions. On the substantive issue, I do have a concern on the mayoral vacancy being 6 months because there's 6 months and 1 day, but it takes 90 days for a special election. So we're gonna have a special election for someone to fill a seat for a potential term of 3 months. I think I really believe 2 years is fine, but 1 year makes sense because then you don't have the potential of having a special election for electing someone for a very short term. At least they'll have more than 6 months, most likely. But just keep that in mind on that one issue. Otherwise, yeah, I know the commission's move forward to make that change or present it to the voters, and that's fine. I think that's a good question to ask. The issue I have mostly is there's just too many questions. Property tax is going to be on the ballot. That's going to be on everyone's TV and everyone's social media. Everyone will be going to vote and knowing there's going to be a very long, because funny enough, they don't have to restrict themselves to 75 words. A very long ballot question on property taxes. School board bond issue will be back up there. Senate race, governor's race. This is the last, unfortunately, even though it's probably one of the most important things everyone's voting on, this will be the last thing on people's minds when they go to the voters' booth. Honestly, I think there's questions that you guys just don't need. I would look to either consolidate or remove 4, 12, 13, and 14. I just don't see the need for some of those questions. Not that some of those are decent issues, but are they really needed to put space on the ballot for other very important questions, such as 7 to 5, such as vacancies, such as moving the runoff? Those are exceptionally important substantive issues, and you're going to get voter fatigue, especially when my understanding, these will be the last questions on that ballot. So people will be voting for property taxes, for everything else first. This will be the last thing they vote for, and then when they see 16 questions, I mean, people are just go skip it, or they're just go vote no. When you have that many questions and you have important things that want to be passed, another very important thing for me is having the clerk be separate from the town manager. Exceptionally important. How most towns function. That's a very important question for me. But I don't know. Because it's going to be so far down there that I think you risk not having some important issues passed, and these not passed because of how many questions. And the last thing is question 8, which is, I think, very exceptionally an important question due to the issues that this commission's discussed about voter turnout, things like that. It's confusing. Question 8 talks about the actual election procedure in the charter right now, and then says, should we move it? It reads as almost for changing the whole entire process of how we're doing elections. It should just read, should the runoff be moved, for the November general election runoff be moved to the second week of December? That's it. You have a few good short questions, And really, the shorter, the better. And the shorter, the more likely you'll get a yes vote on these issues. So I would just ask that you take a look at that, try to consolidate these things. I would try to find somewhere for question 11 and move it somewhere else in one of these questions. I know you're limited to 75 words, but my biggest concern is, there's just a lot of questions out there. But otherwise, you guys have done a good job, and the council will move forward with the questions unless I think the only way we can not move forward is if something's illegal or something like that. So we have an administrative job to move the questions forward, and we will, and then we'll see what happens. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, is it possible for me to ask him clarification?
Generally in public comments, if Mr. Town Attorney, generally you don't engage with you don't interact, but
Generally, you don't, but in this case, if you wish to engage and see as a member of the council, I think we reported the same thing to Mayor Dieguez in the past, so it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
all right. So given that he's a member of the council and the request by the vice chairman, I'll go ahead and allow him to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Attorney. Councilman Herzog, thank you, by the way, for being here. The first comment you had, was that on ballot question number 5 on the filling the council vacancies?
No, I didn't have any comment. I mean, I disagree with that position, but that's been set. I can write a novel on all the reasons why we shouldn't be presenting that to the voters, but I don't have any issues I don't have an issue with the way the question's written, right? I think you guys have done a fair job.
I'm sorry, then let me rephrase it. I wasn't clear. The first comment you made about the vacancies, about the exceeding.
Oh, vacancies, right.
Yes.
The vacancies is, right now, the cutoff is 6 months, right? If there's 6 months or more in a term, you must go to special election. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if someone has 6 months and a day left in their term, but there's a 6 months and a day, right, left in their term, then are you going to go to a special election for someone to then run? Because it takes 60 to 90 days to get a special election done, to run for a 3-month term, right? Now, obviously, that would mean that you have a regular election coming up soon, but I want you guys, the way I read the ballot questions, that's the way I read it. I don't know if the language says that, though.
Yeah, just to clarify, because the current language in the charter right now is if it's less than 6 months, right? Which is also what's here. If it's less, so in your scenario that you just presented, if there's 6 months and a day left, then that person has, I guess they still have 6 months, right? It's that.
But right now, the council has the option to go
Right.
to appoint or go, right?
Yeah.
This language, and I don't have the actual
Yeah.
red line language, but the way the ballot question reads is this language requires the council to go to a special election if it's 6 months and a day. But a special election takes 60 to 90 days to get ready. So now you're talking about having a special election 3 months before a regular, this is the timing. That's why I feel like a year is a safe enough point where you're not going to run into having a special election for a very, very short term.
Yeah.
That would be my biggest concern. I honestly think it's fine the way it is, other than some language cleanup. But if you want to require a special election, which is fine, that's the thing. It's a very good question for the voters to have, given the history. It should be a year, because having a special election for a 3-month term seems to be, I don't want to say useless, but that means you're going to have an election anyway, right? So maybe some language that ties it to if there's a regular election upcoming within a period of time, which the 1 year would take care of that naturally, right? So that's my concern, is just not having a special election for a 3-month term, which you see sometimes. And with the current language, I don't know if it's possible. I think there's a 6-month language right now, but that's all. That's what it's a ballot question and more the language in the proposed charter revision.
Thank you.
So just look at that. And it's something I just wanted to point out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll continue with public comment, Madam Clerk.
I don't, let the record reflect, I don't see anyone else in council chambers for public comment, and I do not have any participants online.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and we will close public comment, and please note for the record,
I do.
Commission Member Fernandez.
Yes, I did want to state that I
Oh.
did receive the written public comment from Mr. Abel Fernandez. I shared with everyone yesterday, And as I always do, it is in regards to the clarification of eligibility and removal standards for quasi judicial board members. Again, written public comment shared with everyone from Mr. Abel Fernandez for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. That comment is so noted in the record. And noting that there's no further public comments, I'll be closing it officially now. And just in case I wasn't clear, I just wanted to, for the record, is to confirm that Commission Member Fernandez has joined us in person. I know he was on virtually a little earlier. All right, going on to the next, the approval of the minutes of the May 18th, 2026 Charter Revision Commission minutes.
So I'll make a
Do we
motion.
have a motion?
Yes, I'm sorry. I made a motion to approve the minutes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
No second.
We have a second. Any discussion from the commission members? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The minutes are approved. Now going on to 7A, the old business, we will start with the item from Commissioner Bennett. Mr. Bennett, as previously stated, if you could please give us a few minutes to kind of discuss your item and then present us with a motion of what you would like us to review and consider.
Thank you. Something that arose recently that I wasn't aware of, and that's why the lateness of this proposal change to the charter came about. The issue was the recent zoning board meeting that took place in which it was not a quasi judicial meeting as per attorney's instructions, because I guess it was a flume meeting, whatever. But one of the things that was interesting to me is that the Florida statutes has specific qualification, engineers, so on and so forth, that are qualified for it. And yet there is a provision that allows anyone to be on board without engineering experience. And our current board has 3 individuals that are neither engineers nor qualified in any way, but they are on the board. I think we need to establish beyond what the Florida statute says of what is considered a qualification to serve on such an important board as planning and zoning, which directly alters the the quality of life in the town of Miami Lakes. I feel that some type of codification should be a part of our town charter. I would love to hear some comments, and I can provide some further background if necessary. So at this point, I'd like to hear what my colleagues think.
Mr.
All right,
through the
before we
chair.
get into discussion, we don't have a pending motion. I think I'll defer first to the town attorney before we get into a motion.
So, again, I'm going to say, Mr. Chair, you have the right to interpret this however you wish. But reviewing both what Dr. Ben has just said and what his motion is, and looking at what he provided to us back in April, they're very similar. He mentions the fact of being able to remove members of the board, and he cites here, and one is whereas clauses 1.2, 112, 501, malfeasance, negligence of duty, misfeasance, incompetence, and inability to perform official duties. And then if you take a look at the item that he presented back in, that's actually from his current charter change. But then if you take a look at the one that he presented in May 1st, or it was the May 4th, any qualified elector may initiate a petition for removal. So on one end, it's creating a process for removal, and this one is a citizen-initiated petition for removal, but it's for the same reason: malfeasance, misfeasance, negligence of duty, incompetence, conduct. So he's citing a process for removal for petition, and in the other that he's presenting today, it's the spirit of it seems to be the same. So if you wish all to move forward with the item, you may, but just be aware that at least the spirit and the content of what he is proposing seems to mirror, and it's using the same language. I'm reading straight off your item, Dr. Bennett.
Thank you. So real quick, I had taken also a look at the language as well, and I'm generally in the same agreement that the substance of it is generally the same. There is one distinction I just wanted Commissioner Bennett, if he could clarify for me. From what it seems, the only way I can distinguish what you previously did from this one is you're seeking to try establish eligibility requirements on the front end rather than a removal process on the back end, which I think would be precluded unless someone from the that was on the successful side of that motion would bring it up again. Is that correct?
State your question again, because
Sure.
what all this does is establish qualifications. It doesn't, it is, the removal and so on and so forth is still based on the council.
Well,
It's not a ballot initiative. It's not an elector initiative to remove.
no,
it-
no, but you do have language in here that captures a removal process rather than, and I see there's, and that the
That's
removal
from
process.
the Florida statutes.
Okay, well, Florida statutes is Florida statutes, but what you're seeking to do is, I think even in what you just described, was you were trying to enact standards that are in addition to what Florida statute already provides. And so before we get to that piece of it, but I think the removal piece was clearly the intent of what your original item that failed. And what you're proposing here is more eligibility standards, because remember, if you're ineligible, if it's established ineligible, there's no reason to remove an individual because they're simply ineligible. They couldn't have sat on it to begin with.
Correct.
So what you're moving forward here is simply from an eligibility perspective, is that what you're?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the distinction.
All right, so if you want to go ahead and make a motion as to an eligibility piece, I'm fine with continuing on it because you haven't made your motion yet. That's why I wanted to speak before you made your motion,
I'd like.
rather than from a removal piece, which I believe and I'm in agreement with the town attorney that that's the substance of the prior motion that you had at that May 4th meeting that failed.
I
So if you-
understand. So my motion is
Sure.
to basically for the town charter to establish eligibility requirements to be on a quasi judicial committee, such as planning and zoning, that they have the qualifications as specified in the Florida statutes.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second. Now I'll open it for discussion. Councilmember Fernandez, did you want to make a comment? Are you,
Yeah, please. Well, first I wanted to state that I believe the only quasi judicial board that I believe the town has is planning and zoning. So we can just address it as planning and zoning board strictly, right? As far as I know, there's no other quasi judicial board.
That's correct, Mr. Council.
Okay. So there is guidance for who should be serving on that board. I think you mentioned engineer, and I think that they certainly should be. But I think we can include surveyors, general contractor. There is currently a general contractor. I think that certainly they qualify. Architect. And then I think as a former board member, I think a real estate agent could also qualify. I think that we certainly look at surveys. We are aware of, we look at plans. I mean, not constantly, but it does overlap with some of the stuff that we do. The issue that I have with this is there's guidance, but I'm afraid, and I don't like politics. Look, the least thing I like about being a council member is the politics behind it. But I'm strictly speaking on somebody who served and thought I served well. I hope I served well. I think that there's guidance already. What happens if we don't have enough residents that fall into one of these categories and aren't willing to serve? What do we do? Like, we have to take that into consideration. So the guidance is there, but I think that the council has the option of waiving that rule.
Right.
And
Vice Chairman Inguanzo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn to the town attorney or the clerk. What you just described, where is that? Is that a resolution or an ordinance? How is that defined?
It's defined as, I believe, an ordinance. It's part of the planning and zoning, so it's in our code.
Okay, so to Councilman Fernandez or Commissioner Fernandez's points, yeah, those kinds of things, I think I'm much more comfortable that it's defined by ordinance or resolution because it gives the council the ability and the flexibility to be able to make changes that may be required. And if it's in the charter, then really our hands are tied and it becomes impossible to acclimate to whatever the situation may be. So if it's defined by ordinance, you can put the parameters in the ordinance already. So I'm not quite sure that, we should bind ourselves in the charter by making those definitions.
Member Ahmad?
Yeah, I mean, just thinking back, I know that recently well, Councilmember Sanchez got appointed to the board, there was a waiver, right? If I recall correctly. So there is a system in place to create waivers for people who are not qualified. Is there a system to remove them? I mean, I guess doesn't matter if we remove, because we're looking at
Mr.
I mean, the
Qualifications.
council member will be able to remove
Mr. Chair,
them.
Excuse me.
just to put everybody in the
Go ahead,
proper
Mr.
posture, we're not talking about removal. Removal
it's
is,
just
we're
right,
talking about
exactly.
eligibility.
Correct.
But there is a system in place right now in which.
For eligibility, yes.
Any of the other commissioners? Commissioner Ruano?
Thank you. So I understand Dr. Bennett's point. There is a system in place right now that does speak to eligibility, but there's also a way to bypass that with a certain amount of votes from the council. Am I correct?
You need a supermajority vote.
Right. So with a supermajority vote, you can appoint a doctor to the Planning and Zoning Board, even though they have no qualifications. So I've been on that end of it where I have voted for someone. Currently, we have an ex-vice mayor, a previous vice mayor that serves. It was my opinion that he worked so much with the community and was engaged for so many years that even though he wasn't a licensed professional, he had the knowledge and the capacity to serve in that, on that board, right? But I understand your point that there could be members of the board that don't necessarily have the qualifications for, so that is set in the ordinance, and maybe that is the place to address it, where the ordinance should be adjusted to not allow for those exceptions per se. That if we want it to be strictly based on professional credentials, then it needs to be stipulated that by no supermajority can that be, because it does somewhat become a popularity contest sometimes. And it's not really about who is the most qualified.
Right.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner, well, I'll give you an opportunity to just address everybody at the very end, so that way we can close it. Go ahead, Commissioner Matos?
So having served on the board for 5 years as a 43-year real estate professional, high volume, considerable business in Miami Lakes, if there was an exception made for me, I'm sure that anybody who wasn't an architect or an engineer, we educated ourselves every single meeting if there was something we didn't understand. And so to have this be part of the charter, I prefer to leave it as a resolution or an ordinance. I think there are always exceptions. I serve on the Unsafe Structures Board for Miami-Dade County. I have the real estate seat. There's a real estate seat on that board. Maybe we need something other than, maybe the whole composite of that board needs to be looked at. Maybe it isn't just as it sits. Maybe that needs to be considered as well. But I don't think that it needs to be part of the charter. And it was really an honor and a privilege to serve on that board. We worked really hard, and, you know, to think that it was a popularity contest, I'm sure that I didn't get put on the board because I'm a popular girl.
Yes, you are.
You are always popular in my heart. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have any comments? All right, so I'm going to have a final comment, then I'll pass it over to Dr. Bennett to close. I'm going to be voting against this motion as I understood your motion as you were making it. You were more even focusing even more so just on incorporating the statutes into the eligibility requirements. And that's, to me, it's unnecessary to incorporate the statutes because the statutes already apply. And from what I understand, in just hearing from what I've heard today, it seems that the exceptions have been made by ordinance. And I echo the other commissioners that that's probably best served in that sense to be done by ordinance for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, as has been stated, there may be times when there's not sufficient members to be able to sit on there that are otherwise have the qualifications that are required by statute, but nonetheless also have the experience, as Commissioner Matos had related it in her instance and in many others that I think that could serve on there on those types of committees. But I believe we'd best be left to the discretion of the council members at the time to make that determination, because if there's no one that can serve, last thing we need is that we have a quasi-judicial committee that one is critically important, that is doesn't have sufficient number of members, and then all of a sudden that becomes to a halt until you get a sufficient number of people. So for that reason, I will be voting in the negative, but I will now defer over to Commissioner Bennett if you want to close, and then we'll go ahead with taking a roll call on the vote.
Certainly. Okay. So my concern is that they can interpret the current laws or statutes to exclude qualified individuals that they don't like. This is what has almost occurred in my case. I was appointed, and then they sent the statutes to me saying that I wasn't qualified. Now, I don't know if anyone knows. I have to make this personal because I did take offense to this, that I'm not qualified. All right. In order to get to my degree, we had to do engineering. We use the same terms engineers use, bridges, abutments. We use the law of beams in order to calculate weight loads. This is all part of what we do on a daily basis. The good news is today we get to use computers instead of slide rules, which makes things a lot easier. But the idea of stating that somebody that has engineering experience, granted it's not building buildings, we're building micromechanical devices. And the principles are all the same. It's the same physics. It's the same mechanics. And it was concerning to me that when I was appointed, that they said I didn't qualify. And so we need to go ahead and set qualifications. As I said, currently we have an attorney who is suspended license. We have a firefighter. We have somebody who sells cars. There is a GC. He's actually quite good. I actually like him a lot. So, and so on and so forth. But unless we do something to codify this, I think they can use the Florida statute as a bludgeon to prevent qualified people who do wish to serve. You keep saying that we can't get people to serve, and I disagree. I think people will serve, and they are qualified. And that's why I want this basically placed, at least in the charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. So I'm going to go ahead and call the roll. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Nay. Do we need to take a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, of course. Commission Member Abad,
No.
Commission Member Matos,
No.
Commission Member Fernandez,
No.
Commission Member Bennett.
I'm sorry, me? Yeah.
Yes, yes. I'm doing roll call for everyone. Commission Member Ruano,
No.
Vice Chairman Inguanzo,
No.
Chairman Lay Soto.
No.
The motion fails.
Great. Thank you very much. Now we're going to go on to old business, the town attorney report. Next item, Mr. Town Attorney. As you recall, we had a few items that we had reviewed and discussed from the last meeting as to the ballot questions that we had asked for you to modify in some instances and others to split. I don't know if you want to go through the packet and then go or however you want to present it. I'll defer to you.
Sure. I'm going to do that, but before that, Mr. Chair, I'd like a moment of personal privilege.
Absolutely.
Right.
Good.
So we're nearing the end of the road, as they say. This has been a very long, but I think a very fruitful, from what we see here, road. Of course, none of this could have taken place without all of you and your effort in being here in all the meetings and going through this process. It wasn't an easy one. It started out very messy and then got more cleaner and cleaner and more concise. Now, a great part of that, and I want for all of you to know, has to do with our clerk, Gina Nguanzo, who meticulously takes minutes, made sure that we had all the information that we needed so that we could do our work. So thank you very much. Second of all, I'd like to thank Morales Castilla and Alexis too. I'm sorry, I didn't mention you, but you have a great role to play here. So thank you, Alexis. I want to thank Morales Castilla and our chair. We've met, I don't know how many times, at least 6, 7, 8, I don't know, a dozen times. Sometimes in our office, which doesn't have ACs on the weekend, and it's kind of hot. But both of you were instrumental in putting this together, and it was definitely a team effort. What I want to say by all this is that this product is now the attorney's report, but this language is by no means a reflection of my work, but rather a reflection of everybody that's here and the gentleman and the lady who are sitting over there. So I think before we go through it, a round of applause for all of us. With that said, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me that moment, I'd like to start going through. So question number one was not changed. Question number two, even though it was voted on, the language itself was not. And this was splitting question number two and number three. Number two is resigned to run. Right?
Yeah, number two, yeah, we asked for rewriting
Actually-
of the language.
Right, so correct. So number two is the January term commencement, and that we removed it from the resigned to run vacancy. So now you have two questions before you. We can go through them. Mr. Chair, do you want to go through them and vote on them independently as I go through them?
Yes, yeah, we'll go question by question.
Okay, so number two is January term commencement and annual vice mayor election. And it states, shall the town charter be amended to provide that, one, the term of office of all elected officials shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday of January following the general election. And two, effective with the election to be held in November 2028, the council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor at the first January regular council meeting and each year thereafter. This one has a word count of 66 out of 75 and the ballot title 7 of 15.
All right. So this is the updated language based on our discussions of the last one. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to accept this language. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Commissioner Ruano. Any further discussion on this language?
I have a quick question. So do we have the charter language handy? Like the revised charter language handy for this question? My concern stems around the term of office of all elected officials shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday of January following the general election. What if they're elected during a special election? Like, I don't think the question, that's why I want to see how it is in the underlying ballot language, because I would hate for there to be confusion that then that council member that's elected during a special election, their term would commence the next January and not immediately after.
Right, so this is for regular elections, not for special elections.
So maybe we can put that in the question. That was the genesis. of me
Understood.
raising
Okay.
that.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Well, but it kind of does, and let me point out where it says, the term of office of all elected officials shall commence 12 noon from the second Tuesday following the general election. So it already states a general election. So you're thinking that general election should be first and foremost.
Yeah, either putting it ahead so that it's clear that it's the term of office of all elected officials or all officials elected during the general election, something to that effect, to where it's clear that we're talking about the officials elected during the general election that this applies to, and not necessarily any individuals that are elected during a special election.
Yes, Mr. Attorney, maybe the term of office for those elected officials elected in the general election shall commence at 12 noon in the.
Yeah. So this is what I'm thinking, and you tell me if you all like it. The term of office of all elected officials voted in during the regular election or during the regular general election shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday of January, period.
So let me jump in there. The caution I have is obviously that wouldn't technically, as written, cover runoffs. The way that we kept this language was general because it's just stating when their term of office shall commence following the general election.
Okay, so do we want to say during the general regular election and runoff?
Do we
Like,
need general
no.
and regular?
Let me ask you 1 second. I don't know if we can, if we can take a look at, I'm trying to look through it, whether or not there's a special provision within special elections as to when that term begins. Because I think that might resolve it. I know this one, we're just simply dealing with the ballot question rather than the substance of the question of what the changes are going to be. And I think that's what Commissioner Fernandez was.
Yeah,
alluding
and
to.
it may be exceedingly clear in the underlying ballot question. I just think I'm sorry, in
in
the
the chart.
ballot language, but the way that I read the question, it's a little. I would like it to be a little bit more specific.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I don't know if this is under the rules. Can't
For
you just
Commissioner
put
Beck.
in and not special elections? In other words, just to say that it's excluding special elections in the, it's five letters, you're still, 5 words, you're still okay. Commissioner Fernandez, would that satisfy if you just basically were removing, we're just negating special elections from the language?
I think that could be one way of doing it. I think it might just be cleaner. The term of office of all officials elected during the general election shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday. Yeah.
Well, it's 5 more words, and then we would eliminate following the general election, so we'd be well within the word count.
So, repeat that again.
So, right, so it would be
Well,
voted in during the regular election or during the general election and runoff, and then removing the following the general election, right before and before number 2.
So what would you read? How would you read after, I'm assuming you're reading after number 1, what would it
Right.
read?
So the term of office of all elected officials voted in during the general election and runoff shall, and or runoff,
Yes.
okay, and or runoff shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday of January, period, and then remove following the general election.
Okay.
Second Tuesday of the following January, no?
Right. Shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday of January.
Well, I think what he's saying is that seeking to have that language again in which I think it's,
That's
I
redundant.
kind of see it, I understand what he's trying to get to. I don't know if it's necessary from my perspective to be that prescriptive in the ballot question, because I don't know whether or not there would be an up or down vote simply because of the distinction between a special election that could be provided for otherwise.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so prescriptive. I wouldn't be that prescriptive. I mean, it's up to you. Just the attorney.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I mean, I laid it out. It's really up to the body. I mean, if you guys.
Okay, do you want to, Mr. Town Attorney, would you like an opportunity to have your team work on some language and we can defer this one and move on to the other questions? We can come back to this one at the end.
My team says yes.
Perfect. Commissioner Fernandez, would that be helpful for you?
Yes, very
Okay.
much so.
So I don't think we need a motion. We'll just simply defer this item or consideration of this item until the very end. Please remind me, somebody, because I may forget, but please remind me to come back to this one. All right, so let's go to ballot question number 3.
So ballot question number 3 is resigned to run vacancies filled at the next regularly scheduled town election. That's the title. And the ballot summary, and this word count is 73 of 75. Shall the town charter be amended to provide that when a vacancy in the office of mayor or council member arises from a resignation submitted pursuant to section 99.012 Florida statutes, resigned to run, comma, the vacancy shall be filled at the next regularly scheduled election of the town, comma, or as earlier provided by the council, with the town clerk promptly notifying the Miami-Dade County Supervisor of Elections and opening a qualifying period for the vacated seat. Question mark.
I'll move it.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? This was the language that was requested. So if there's no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Right.
All right, let's go to section number 4, or number 4. This was one portion of several that were split off of.
Right, so this one is really kind of 3, it was split to 4 to 5, but it's got a little components. And so this one, the first one is forfeiture of office procedures. And so this one is, shall the town charter be amended to revise forfeiture procedures by providing that forfeiture for unexcused absences from 3 meetings shall occur by operation of law. This is word count is 26 of 75.
Right. Let me, do you want to make a motion, or do you have questions about?
I
the
do have
language?
questions, but if you'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, let's make a motion so we can have a discussion. I'll make a motion to adopt this language.
I'll second.
We have a second for Commissioner Fernandez. Go ahead, Vice Chairman.
Yeah, I know we know what this means, but if you read this from a perspective of an average, I don't want to say average, but someone that maybe isn't as informed as we are because we've discussed it.
Right.
I don't think it says enough. For example, what meetings are we talking about? Are we talking about regular council meetings? I think so, right? And if
Okay.
that's the case, I think we need to say that. And who are we talking about? Are we talking about the mayor and the council members? And if that's the case, I think we need to say that. I mean, does this apply to the mayor as well, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I think it should be clear as to who it impacts and what those meetings are. And I think it's just regular council meetings, not a committee meeting or maybe a special council meeting or something of that nature.
Just regular council meeting.
Good, Commissioner Ruano.
Yeah.
Thank you. I completely agree with that. And I also would like to add where it says that it shall occur by operation of law. I would like to add how it occurs now. Like it shall occur by operation of law instead of by a vote of the council. So that the voter can understand what's in place. Since the question is so short, there's so many remaining words that we can still use. I'd like to add a component that kind of gives the voter an idea of how it's done now.
Any other commissioners?
So
Commissioner Bud?
I just want clarification. So we're just voting on the language, right? Not on the fact whether we want the question on the ballot or not.
Correct. Yeah. That's what we did. Remember on 4, what we did, we decided that was these 4, and I believe what we have next in 5 were combined, and the request was to split this off into individual sentences or individual questions, which was why this one has a lot less words in it. Mr. Town Attorney.
So here's a couple changes that may satisfy all of you, and I agree with you. On second blush, it lacks stuff that, language that should have to make it clear. So shall the town charter be amended to revise forfeiture procedures by providing that forfeiture of, and this is the added language, of office for mayor and council member for unexcused absences from 3 regular council meetings shall occur automatically by operation of law, comma, instead of by vote of the council.
Right. Instead by what?
Instead of by vote of the council.
A vote of the council.
Vote of the council. Okay, thank you.
All right.
3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And I just wanted, with respect to Councilmember Hertzberg's comment about there being too many questions, and I couldn't agree with him more. And Commissioner Abad just mentioned, we're only voting on the language, we're not voting on whether we want this or not. Is there an opportunity at this point to reduce the number of questions, or are we obligated to, because we voted all of these topics up or down, are we obligated to move forward with this many questions? I was waiting for question number 4 because it was one of the ones that,
If you were on the prevailing side.
Yeah, correct. I think, we discussed that.
yeah, I already played that game,
Yeah.
but yes, I remember.
It's not a game.
No, I'm being
Commissioner, I mean-
facetious. No, I'm being facetious, but
I mean,
I understand what you mean.
here's my thoughts, right? And if I may, Mr. Chair,
Absolutely.
this whole body has meticulously gone through the entire charter. The questions that you've picked are those that you believe are important for the voters to decide on. You have debated this to as much as you can. I mean, you've given this a lot of thought. Don't second guess yourselves. That's my opinion.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Just a question, and this is not really the specific question. Since this is such a long ballot of questions, can this be moved to a mail-in ballot like it was 10 years ago, in which people would have a chance to sit down and read them and read the little pamphlets and not be, sitting in the voting booth and,
That-
doing, I mean, it would give them the enough time. It's so important that they may need more time. And or otherwise, like I said, at this point, with the governor's election, and everything else, it might get buried where they'll just get fatigue and they won't keep reading.
Sure. I think that question's Mr. Town Attorney, is a question for the council, not for this board. Is that correct? As to whether or not it's going to be a mail-in versus an in-person type of election?
I think the question is actually addressed. If you give me a second, let me look at the. Give me one moment to answer that question.
Sure. No
Thank you.
problem.
Mr. Chair, while he's
Right.
doing that, may
Go
I
ahead.
ask
Vice Chairman.
point of clarification? So I read the amended language from the attorney, which is good. I agree, much, much better. But I'm a council member. I come to the meeting and after public comment, I leave. Does that count as attendance or not? How do you determine how, do you vote for the majority of the items or what? If you're in school, right? If you come to if you're in school for a certain hours a day, you get credit for it. If you leave
So-
before that, you don't.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman, if I recall correctly, is that we had a long, lengthy discussion of that whole entire process. And our discussion is that is going to be at the discretion of the council of how they make that determination.
In good
and-
faith.
Well, it's up to them.
Okay.
We expect that everything they do is in good faith. That's why
We're
we
talking good faith
elect them.
Someplace else. So.
Yes.
So to that point, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
what I would add then is an ordinance implementing this provision shall be made after adoption.
Sorry?
So put there that an ordinance implementing this provision shall be made after adoption in such manner that the instruction is given.
Should that be in the
better?
charter or in the question?
I think that should be in the question.
But then we'd have to amend it into the charter as well.
Yes,
Which you can do. Other parts of the charter have that.
they do.
reference.
No, I understand, but then we'd have to go and add that language in because we didn't add it in earlier.
Correct.
But that does give the council the ability to establish some parameters that could be helpful.
I think what it does, it's an affirmative obligation on them to do so versus a permissive obligation. The difference between the two. All right, so I think there's a potential of one or two motions. I don't know if anybody wants to make a motion to amend any of this language. Or if we want to incorporate the two. Let's do this. Mr. Town Attorney, can you read the language with the additional language that you just added about the adoption by ordinance and confirming that it's within the 75 words?
Shall the town charter be amended to revise forfeiture procedures by providing that forfeiture of office for mayor and council member, so that would be 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, for unexcused absences from 3 meetings, from 3 regular council meetings, so 33, 34, 35, shall occur automatically, 36, by operation of law, instead of by vote of the council. That's what, 40-something.
Okay. So, yeah,
And then an ordinance implementing, we can put this in the question or we don't have to put it in the question? You do definitely have to put it in the language, in the ballot, I mean, in the chartered language. Would you be okay with that, Mr. Vice Chair?
I would be. I
Okay.
would like for the council to establish some parameters so that it doesn't become arbitrary.
Right, that's what I'm saying, that maybe the ordinance part is better placed in the actual charter rather than in the question itself. Because I don't think it adds anything to the question,
Right.
whether an ordinance or,
Mm.
unless you think so, again,
Mr.
and it
Vice
can be added.
Chairman.
We've got some
I
wiggle room
agree
here.
with the attorney, actually. I would obviously reference it in the charter, but I don't know that it needs to be, it might create more confusion in
Yeah.
the question. So I think excluding it is probably best, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, so I'll make the motion to amend the original motion to modify the language as read by the town attorney. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on the motion to amend that language?
So just to be clear, all we're doing is adding, or the real change is the last four words that you said, right?
Well, adding in what he has revised as to the language of the ballot.
Right, but
zone.
we're switching it to operation of law instead of a vote by the council.
Well, it further clarifies that it'll be amended to revise forfeiture proceedings by providing that a forfeiture of the office, and it designates the office, and the absence of designating three regular council meetings, that specificity, and shall automatically occur, adding the word automatically by operation of law. I believe I captured that, if my mind is all right.
Yes, sir.
And
You have.
Mr. Chair, through the attorney, and it's 3 council meetings total, or 3 council meetings in a calendar year.
I think that language you captured in the charter.
That's in the
That's in the
charter.
charter.
But do you feel that we should put it in the question as well? We could put 3 regular council
Have
meetings in a
worked.
calendar year?
But remember, in the charter, it says not only in the calendar year, but then
Consecutive.
there's consecutive in a calendar
Yeah.
year
So-
or 3.
So
that-
my suggestion is, since this is, you're basically changing so you're saying that in the charter it says, is in the charter or in the code?
I believe it was the charter.
Or is that in the council rules of order?
Yes, and the charter says absent without good cause from any 3 regular meetings of the council during any calendar year, or if she is absent without good cause from any 3 consecutive regular council meetings, whether or not during the same calendar year. That's kind of that's the unamended language. That was the original language.
So again, here's my thought on this, and you give me instruction. The issue here is not on the 3 meetings. The 3 meetings is already there. It's deciding whether it would happen automatically by operation of law or instead of vote by the council. I mean, that's the question. The rest is just giving a little bit of the explanation of what exists. So it's 3 meetings.
Mr. Chair?
Unless you want to change from regular and consecutive, and you want to add that as another question.
No. I definitely didn't want to do that. I saw it as an opportunity to maybe help the voter understand what they're voting on a little bit better and give them a little bit more context that we're talking about missing 3 meetings in a year versus missing 3 years in a term, or missing 3 years. Yeah, I'm sorry, missing 3 meetings in a term, or missing, 3 meetings in a month.
Correct.
That was really the point of it. I'm not married to it. I just brought it up.
Sure. And I will say, and I'll go to you in a second, Commissioner Bennett, I don't want to also overwhelm with too much detail in the questions, because they should be just generally describing what the ballot questions are going to be, to give them a good sense, because I personally don't think a voter is going to make a decision and be like, oh, well, it's only within the calendar year, so if it had been consecutive years, maybe I would have voted versus otherwise. I think many of them don't even know when the calendar year even runs for the commission itself. But that's just a commentary on that. Commissioner Bennett.
Through the chair to the attorney, I always game these things out. Let's assume this is passed and all that. Do you foresee litigation from the dismissed council member? I mean, we would try and make it so-
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'd like to make it where in some way, we would mitigate litigation that would happen from a dismissed council member under these terms. Now, I don't want to put that as language, but I'd like to know how
mean-
we can
There is
provisions.
case law with regards to, would litigation occur? Yes, I think so. I could foresee that happening. Of course, somebody's elected office and they're going to argue. Now, there's a lot of case law with regards to how, as long as the question obviously is not ambiguous as far as the procedure, the ordinance, right? So obviously there's ambiguity. That's one thing. But if there's no ambiguity, and the language is clear, and that's the interpretation that they're unexcused and you forfeited your office, then the courts tend to defer to the governing body of the local governing body. So, I mean, could you have an issue? Yes. What's the likelihood of that person prevailing? As long as, again, there's clear language, the city's pretty
Right.
pretty secure. The town is pretty secure.
It's just, once again, if the absences are excused as based on a discretion of majority vote of the council members, that puts in, again, the emotional, personal, political issues
Yeah.
too.
So real quick, I also want to say is, Commissioner Bennett, I understand your point. I don't want to get too far away from what we're voting on. We're just simply voting on the ballot question, not whether or not we should be moving forward with this aspect of it.
I agree.
But I understand, I want to give you that opportunity to express.
No, I
how you're
understand. It just, I'd like to try and mitigate any potential litigation. That's one of our responsibilities also.
I don't know if
for
that's one of our
clarification.
responsibilities.
Well, for clarification on what
That's
is
a-
expected.
That's a responsibility of our town attorney.
We're making the rules here. Okay.
But again, I remember when we discussed this item, the whole issue of who determines unexcused absence. Actually, I think even the town clerk was concerned about is that her responsibility or the council? So who's going to determine what's excused and unexcused?
Yeah, we did this, we did discuss this one a lot. And from what I recall, the consensus, obviously, it's not that we're directing them as to who it is, but rather that the way that the charter is written, it's deferred to the council members and to what the town attorney was discussing, and to Commissioner Bennett's point is that should litigation evolve from it, the courts do defer because it's an issue of separation of powers, first and foremost. Is, the legislative bodies, the council is a legislative body and the courts are judicial, and so they limit their involvement to the extent that is absolutely necessary, to the extent that it violates either state statute or the Florida Constitution or the U.S. Constitution. So they're going to defer to them. So it's the council. It's within their discretion to make that determination, I believe, and that's what we discussed at length during our meetings.
100% right.
But then again, that's the same thing that's in the charter now. So why are we even bringing this?
We had
about?
revised, we were revising language, and what we have pending is the motion to amend it to add more detail into the question as to what the change will be. I think the change is very simple, but we're adding a lot more language to that question, which is fine. So let's remember, we're still on the motion to amend. Any further discussion on to amending the language? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All in favor to amend the language as stated by the town attorney, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. And now we're back to the main motion on the ballot question, which was read by the town attorney. Is there any further discussion on the question in a whole? Commissioner or Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not to muddy the waters here, but
Go for it.
I'm being sensitive to the point that Councilman Hertzberg's raised, which I agree. I think we all agree, right? I mean, we've got a lot of questions here. So theoretically, if the attorney can walk me through this, hypothetically, if I was on the prevailing side of this item, I have a right to make a motion to re-discuss the item, the motion?
You can, yes.
Okay. And someone would have to second it?
Yes.
Okay, and then we could discuss it, and then they would take a vote to
Yes.
determine whether or not we want to keep it? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to make a
So,
motion.
real quick before you go there,
Yes,
keep in mind, it's not only whether or not we're going to have the question, but then we would have to eliminate the underlying changes that precipitated the question. So it's kind of a twofold aspect if we're going to go down that route. So whatever changes we made, which we don't have the full red line because I believe we were waiting to get the final today to get that full red line. We're going to have to change the underlying question if we move forward with deleting this question.
okay. All right,
So good.
nonetheless, and I'm sorry, because it's going to take some discussion, but I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. Help me out, Mr. Attorney. I'm going to make a motion to reconsider this ballot question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to make a
That'd be proper.
motion to reconsider this ballot question.
I'll second it.
Okay. I want to make sure, can we just confirm that he was on the affirmative side of? the
Sure.
question?
Yes, I'm pretty confident I was, but yes, let's.
I just
confirm.
want to, I just
Of
want to be
course,
very, very
100%.
clear.
It would really stink if I wasn't, so.
Huh. It would really stink if we went through a full entire conversation anymore.
I feel your pain.
Can I speak while we're waiting for that?
Please fill the void.
Only because some of the especially, actually, a couple of council members on this commission went through this issue. I think that it is important to address it. And, you know, I think that there was never, there was a lot of times there wasn't that council member that was present, that was able to make decisions and I think it benefited some on this commission that they weren't there, but I think it didn't serve the public or the residents. So I'll just leave it at that and you guys decide.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, may I respond to that, or you prefer? I-
Sure,
Yeah.
well, it's, you can, I'm not going
Alright.
to take away your opportunity to respond to anything.
So Councilman Fernandez, I appreciate that 100%. I'm kind of going back to where I think Commissioner Abad was, well, not here anymore, but where he was on, so there's already, I believe it's an ordinance that addresses this, right? So there may be, if you and your colleague council members feel this way, then you maybe should address the ordinance and tighten the ordinance up and address it that way rather than, it feels like we're kind of muddying the waters a lot for it to go back to the ordinance anyway, right? Because that's what we just did. We're going to say we're going to refer it back to the ordinance. So why go through this if there's an ordinance in place that if you and your colleagues feel strongly about, you should make stronger? I agree that you should.
Okay, so let me go real quick. Actually, I'm actually looking at the version that I have here. Actually, you did vote in opposition to this section?
Really? Okay.
Yes. It
Okay.
was approved 6-1. Vice Chairman Guanzo, this was at the January 22nd meeting.
Okay.
The language that changed in this section is simply was a deletion of the language of in the discretion of the remaining council members. And that's why it's going by operation of law.
Mr.
So
Chair.
yes, you were in the,
Well, that's maybe why I feel so strongly against this side of it. So
Mi-
there you go.
Mr. Chair, would you be able to tell us who was on the prevailing side of that?
all the other 6 members.
All right, so I would like to
So,
make
hold-
the motion
Hold on
on.
one second. So, but let me, again,
Vice
I just
Chair.
want to make sure, clear. The edit to that, if we are going to move forward, is reconsidering the ballot question. And I think we reconsider the entire question modification. The modification was to delete in the discretion of the remaining council members. Because I guess there was a disagreement that it should be in the discretion of the council members rather than just make it the forfeiture happened by operation of law. Because as we had discussed, just to remind everyone, what we had said is that the commissioners could say, look, they still don't have good cause. They haven't met good cause, but it's in our discretion. We're still not going to make them forfeit the seat. Rather, there was a strong consensus amongst the board members, except the Vice Chairman Guanzo, that that discretion, whether or not to make them forfeit the seat, should be within the discretion of the council members. So if you want to go ahead and make your motion.
Out of deference to my colleague, I'll go ahead and pick up the motion that he is unable to make.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bennett. All right. So now we have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez and a second from Commissioner Bennett to reconsider the ballot question together with the language that was proposed for deleted within that section 2.5 B Roman small 2. All right, discussion items, Commissioner Inguanzo, Vice
Yeah.
Chairman Inguanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so to clarify then, the attorney or the clerk, currently there is an ordinance that defines this process. Is this defined in any way currently?
Not by ordinance, it's just defined in the charter.
Okay, only in the charter. There's no ordinance or resolution.
No.
Okay.
No.
Could, I'd have to look at the current language of the charter, but could the council implement an ordinance to put parameters in place?
If I may,
Ugh.
if I may,
Mhm.
because I took notes last meeting, this is kind of fresh in our memory. we did, I think it was the town attorney, maybe perhaps, who mentioned that this could be addressed in the special rules of order, because I have it written here. Yeah, I think you stated when talking about, when discussing section 2.5 vacancies forfeiture, not section forfeiture by absence, but procedures, because that is what is in detail explained in the charter. And I was a little bit confused last time, and I think the chair walked us through at last meeting. But I do believe that Lorenzo did explain that perhaps we can, or either explain more in an ordinance, or he even, I wrote it here, he could say, this could be addressed in the special rules of order to give more importance and more details to allow the council members explain what they would like to do, maybe define what absence is. I think you went into that detail.
So if I may, and thank you for reminding me of that. And I'm reading it again, and you're absolutely right. And I'll explain why. And maybe this will help all of you make your decision. It says, "The council shall be the sole judge of the qualifications of its members and shall hear all questions relating to the forfeiture of councilman's office, including whether or not good cause for absence has been or may be established." So that point already tells you that the council decides its own rules, decides how they're going to manage and define what an absence is and what it's not. The burdens, and it goes further, the burden of establishing good cause shall be on the council member in question, provided, however, that any council member may, anytime during any duly held meeting, move to establish good cause for absence for himself or the absence of another council member from any past, present, or future meeting, which motion, if carried, shall be conclusive. So, again, this is providing him a level of due process. A council member whose qualifications are in question or who's otherwise subject to forfeiture of his or office shall not vote on any matters. The council member in question shall be entitled to a public hearing on request regarding the alleged forfeiture of office. If a public hearing is requested, notice thereof shall be published in one or more newspapers of general circulation in the town at least 1 week in advance of the hearing. Any final determination by the council that a member has forfeited his office shall be made by a majority of the council by resolution. All vote, and all other votes and all other acts of the council member in question prior to the effective date of such resolution shall be valid regardless of the grounds of forfeitures. So, what is it saying? It's being very prescriptive as to what are the procedures to be and to find whether that council member has indeed met that threshold of 3 unexcused absences. The rules by themselves, as the clerk stated, and she's right, can be created by ordinance and by resolution. The remainder is very detailed in the actual charter itself as to how that council member then can avail himself of a hearing, make sure that there's due process, make sure that not only that there's due process substantively but procedurally by requiring it to be advertised in a newspaper, allow for the public participation. So I understand very well what Councilman Fernandez and Councilwoman Rano are saying, because we did deal with this in the past. I was part of dealing with this in the past. However, by the same token, this can be dealt with in an ordinance.
Anything
And
further,
I'm sorry,
Vice
just to
Chairman?
clarify, since some of our council people or former council people dealt with, was there ever an attempt to try to do that? Or just the political climate wasn't right? Okay. Got it.
Okay.
So essentially, the procedures are already in place, that this is a redundant thing, that maybe we should not give this to the voters at this point. So the procedures are already in place, and basically, let's save them some reading and just not use this ordinance or this modification of our charter.
Sure, I would disagree with your characterization of what the motion does. The motion that we had initially approved at the January 22nd meeting was to take the discretion as to whether or not it constitutes or whether or not it's subject to forfeiture, taking that discretion away from the council members. and making it that if the council members find that there was no good cause as provided for in the procedures, that it automatically for the council member or the council member, or either that or the mayor, forfeits their office automatically. So it's not that the council then makes a subsequent determination as to whether or not, after the good cause determination, as to whether or not they should forfeit their office. Rather, they just have to make the determination that they have no good cause for those absences. The person forfeits. That's the sole question, or the sole edit that this question is directed to. So if we delete it, we maintain the status quo, wherein the council retains its discretion to determine, regardless of whether or not it constitutes a good cause, they still have the discretion to say whether or not they're going to, whether that individual will forfeit their office. Meaning that if they say, no, there's no good cause, but we like the guy and I want to keep him on the council, we'll go ahead and do it.
Well, okay, and once again, so the council still has the discretion to determine if it was an excused absence or not.
Oh, yeah, that was never in question. That has nothing to do with this ballot.
That directly relates to this.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because this is whether or not it's the forfeiture, because that is already set forth. There was nothing in the charter amended language that we did that changed what good cause was. We had extensive conversations about it, but no one ever proposed any types of motions that changed it or modified it in any way, shape, or form. The only sole change that was done into this section, which precipitated this question, is that section whether or not the council members were going to retain the discretion after their determination of good cause, whether or not the seat would be subject to forfeiture. That's the sole issue that this question is precipitated, and that's the sole change in this section here. So it's
Chair.
either they retain their discretion or they don't retain their discretion, or we send it to the voters to determine whether or not they should have that discretion.
I was just going to say for clarification, exactly what you just stated, but maybe it makes more sense for the board members. If you go to the charter to section 2.5, what this proposed ballot question would change is section 2, forfeiture by absence, what the chair just mentioned, as to what constitutes forfeiture. It's not changing whatsoever procedures, which is section 3, which is what the town attorney just read in detail.
Correct.
So if you all vote for the proposed ballot question, what you're voting is for a change on forfeiture by absence, section 2, to eliminate in the discretion of the remaining council members. It's just deleting that. If you vote to reconsider and to eliminate the question out of the ballot, it would stay as is, but the procedure will not change.
Correct. Yes, Commissioner Ruano.
Thank you. So, when I sat on the council as a council member, this was something that was utilized inappropriately by both sides of the political aisle, right? So there was a council member that was absent constantly, and both the council members that were wanting to protect that council member and the council members that didn't, both just kind of stayed quiet about this, because a council of 6, you're more powerful when you're one of 6 than when you're one of 7. So it was utilized to protect someone, and it was also utilized to hurt someone. So for me, and the reason why I brought up the question of how we can eliminate some of these questions was not specific to this question, because I think that this is a very important one. Because the only way that this will ever happen at any point is if this amendment goes through. Otherwise, there will never be a council member on this council that will say, I want to move to remove my colleague for absences. It's just never going to happen, because there's going to be always a reason, either because you're more powerful being one of 6, or because that council member is your friend and you don't want to put them out there. So it was utilized by both sides during my tenure. So I just don't see this ever happening, where I had residents that would constantly come and say, you need to bring this up. This needs to be put on the agenda because council member so-and-so has not been here for X amount of meetings, and no one ever did it. And there was, I don't think that at least in my recollection of the 20 years that we've been here, I've never experienced a council member being absent so much. And it just never happened. So that's why this was super important for me, because this is the only way that this provision will ever even be discussed, because it's a very uncomfortable topic. And then as long as there's a vacant seat, you can go on like that for years. And if the council member is absent for 4 years and no one ever brings it up, then that seat will always be vacant. Whereas if this change goes through, then by operation of law, that will have to be discussed. And then those that are friendly to the absent council member will have to explain themselves to the community. Why are you going to constantly give this person a break for not showing up? They will have to answer those questions. Otherwise, it'll never happen. So at least for me, I think that this is an important one. I know that Councilmember Vice Mayor Fernandez was along that same ride with me, along with me. And I don't know if you see it the same way that I see it, but I just don't see another way for this to ever be brought up. It's never been brought up in the past, and I don't think that it ever will unless there's an amendment to this.
Commissioner Fernandez?
So all kinds of thoughts started going off as you were speaking. One of them was, I'm not exactly sure that this question triggers what it is that you're intending. So when I just heard you explain it just now, and my understanding of it is, if the council determines that those absences have occurred, right, and the council rules that those absences have occurred, then they no longer have the discretion to allow that council member to serve. But what you're trying to fix is getting them to have that conversation and rule. And I don't think this ballot language or this ballot question addresses that whatsoever. That's why I moved to no longer support it, because I think what you're trying to accomplish by this question is still up in the air. If it's still the giant elephant in the room, and the council still looks around and decides not to move forward with having this conversation that somebody uncomfortably has to bring up and start this process, that initiation of the process won't happen, right? But this question doesn't force it to happen. This question only says that, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, this question only changes the fact that once the council has that conversation, doesn't force them to have it, once they decide to have it, and if they rule that the changes are in fact, I'm sorry, that the absences are in fact unexcused, then they no longer have the discretion of keeping the council member on there. But it doesn't force their hand in having the conversation. They can still choose not to have the conversation. And we're back where we started. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong.
If I may,
Commissioner
that's not the way that that's not the way that we discussed it. The way that we discussed it was that it would happen by operation of law. So you are absent for 3 meetings, and then that item will be placed on the agenda for the conversation, is the way that I understood it.
No.
No.
No, it is,
Mhm.
I'll put it this way. What this motion, or the current pending, or the current status of the motion partially accomplishes what you want, but as Commissioner Fernandez explained, I'm in agreement that it doesn't force the issue. That still is a discretion of someone bringing the issue before the council. However, what it does is it does fix the aspect of, I think that you kind of allude to, that I think is part of the problem, that in the event that there's council members that say, hey, look, yes, those weren't excused absences, but nonetheless, we're not going to kick you off. It fixes that issue, because then they'd have to make a vote one way or another as to whether or not the reasons for that council member's absence were constituted good cause. You know, you can't just simply say as like, no, I was out playing with my kids. And now it's the council members and have to decide whether or not that's good cause. If they say, no, that's not good cause, but we're not going to kick you off, this language would not allow that. But then it put the council members in a position of making a determination, hey, look, you know, do you really want to put on the record as to whether or not really bad excuses constitute good cause just to save an individual?
But that individual would be subject to forfeiture.
If the council finds that that sufficient amount of absences were without good cause, yes.
So maybe I'm not understanding it properly. When it says that a mayor or council member will be subject to forfeiture by operation of law, what does that?
So,
Ms.
But
Fidel,
the-
attorney?
you got to read 2 with 3, right? So 2 says that they're going to be subject to forfeiture. And what happens, the chair is saying is if she's absent without good cause. But what is good cause? So then the council, and that's why you got to read 3, shall be the sole judge of its qualifications. If if they decide, yeah, it's good cause, no, it's not good cause, they can make that judgment call. So since that's not defined, they can always say, okay, no, you know what, it wasn't good cause, so keep them on board.
So if
Did I explain
if this person is now subject to forfeiture by operation of law, then the council has to make that decision. How does that happen?
They're subject to forfeiture by law automatically. But the problem is that they're subject to forfeiture of law if they are absent without good cause.
So
But
first
what-
there has to be that finding.
Right. You got to first define, was it good cause or not good cause?
Once the council has determined that the reasons that is set forth by the council member do not constitute good cause, then they're automatically subject to forfeiture of the office. There's no question about it at that point. That's what this language does, the removal of this language. Whereas if we keep the status quo, the council members could find you had missed 15 meetings in a row or 15 meetings at all, found there to be no good cause, but says, you know what, I really like you because you vote on my side, and a majority of the members keep them on the board because we don't care that that doesn't constitute good cause. They could do that as it currently stands. The council member has that discretion to keep somebody on regardless of whether or not anyone else felt that it wasn't good cause. They just have to make a determination, it's good cause.
Right, so, and I definitely understand that, but when we originally spoke about this, the way that I understood it was, this would happen by operation of law, and then the council could determine if the absences were excused or that they were for good cause, then there could be that procedure, and then, right. So then how is this different than what we have right now? If nothing is gonna change and the
Well,
council
the
doesn't
result-
have to have that conversation?
It takes one piece off, which is this issue of whether they want to deal with it or not. If it's, okay, it's not good cause, but we're going to still keep you on and we're not going to bring it up.
They have to have the conversation. In
Well,
what manner?
If you're absent, you got to figure out, were they absent for good cause or were they absent for not good cause?
But.
So
we're
that
not-
conversation has to happen.
Is that they don't have to have that conversation, even though the charter would
Well,
mandate this?
they've got to figure out, was a person with good
Well,
cause or not good
Mr.
cause?
Senator, I think what she's asking is what initiates that conversation to begin with. And I think that what triggers that
pushes
would
that
be
onto the agenda?
either a member of the council bringing that issue up
Yes,
or anyone else that's authorized to bring up, to force the council to have that conversation.
absolutely, because again, you got to read 2 with 3. So number 3 says that they can establish what that good cause is. They can create their own rules for themselves. So it's in that rulemaking that they can decide, okay, after an absence of a council member, at the next meeting, you're going to have a discussion as whether that person was unexcused or excused. That would be one way that it could be dealt with.
Mr. Attorney, would that be forced onto the agenda? In other words, somebody has been absent for any reason, and then there has to be
Yeah.
a conversation about the absence?
Yes, or it could be done by virtue of an ordinance, right? So again, number
there
2
a-
says the council is the sole judge of its qualifications, right? So if they're the sole judge of its qualifications, if they create their own rules, then they create an ordinance, let's say, or a resolution that says, after a council member's absence, at the next meeting, there shall be a motion to determine whether that person's absence was,
Does anything force the council to put that on the agenda for conversation?
Unless that rule exists, no.
That's the point she's making.
Right.
Yeah.
It can be buried and you wouldn't hear about it. So how can we change the language or can we change the language to make sure that that discussion is presented to the council in the event of, say, multiple excused absences?
The question is twofold, is can and should. I think you probably could. We'd have to tinker with the procedures and that have to be all revamped as to, what those are. And we'd have to be even more prescriptive than exist. Should, again, and I go back to what I said before, and it's in the minutes, I'll say it again. The council has the power to do this right now by ordinance. They can already put it on and create an ordinance that says, after an absence, there shall be an item presented to the council and decide whether it was for good cause or not good cause. At the end of the day, right, there has to be that determination of good cause or bad cause, and that again is going to go back to the council. There's not going to be an automatic, it was bad cause.
If I
Correct.
may.
And real quick, Madam Clerk, is I also just wanted to also point out is that, for the benefit of Commissioner Bovano, is I believe is, the electors also have the opportunity to propose ordinances through 5.2. So, even if the council weren't to take it up, obviously you'd have to get the signature requirements, to be able to get that. But I think that the electors do have the authority under the charter to propose ordinances if they feel that the council is not taking it up. So that might be something, you take up in that sense. You propose an ordinance saying, hey, look, when it happens, the council shall address this, or the town clerk shall report to the council members. And I'm just throwing things out there, the town clerk shall be responsible for reporting this. And in the event that it does, that the council shall make a determination as to whether or not there's sufficient good cause. And then that would be an ordinance if you get sufficient members of the electors to bring it up and force it onto the council for, as an ordinance. Correct, Mr. Town Attorney?
Yes, that's correct.
So there's that possibility there.
And which again would take months, if not longer, to deal with this. Once again, should we put something in the town charter so that it's a more immediate effect on the council? That's the real question
So-
here.
Real quick, I don't want to convolute the two issues, so that keeping in mind. I know, I see you making faces and it's a little disturbing that you continue to make faces when I make comments, but what we have pending right now is whether we're going to eliminate this, or we're going to eliminate what we've previously voted on. We're not here to think of, what solution we can have. That can, if we want to come up with that solution and make another motion, let's first resolve this issue as to whether or not we're going to eliminate this one first. Because if we're not going to eliminate this proposal, then there's no point in trying to create new ones afterwards. So that's the only point. I don't want to have us too many convoluted issues, because as we're seeing, we are on ballot question 4 of 14 plus. So I already see that we're most likely going to have another meeting. Yes, and we still have to go back to 2, you're correct. Yes. So
So not to continue to beat a dead horse, but this question then is misleading because when it says that you're subject to forfeiture by operation of law, to me, it means that if you do not show up here 3 times, you are no longer a council member. Or that conversation has to be had. So if we go back to, unless the council wants to bring it up, unless a council member wants to put it on the agenda, then this does absolutely nothing.
I disagree with you there because it does say forfeiture for unexcused absence. The charter explains what unexcused absence is. It's by decision of the council.
I'm sorry, yes, Ms.
Vote yes or no to the language and not to spend a lot of time. I just wanted to state for the record that I think the issue here is not so much the language of this ballot or changing the language of the charter, is something simple. We meaning the council, the current town council needs to define what is good cause and what is what constitutes being absent. Because that was the
Which is
issue.
where we were at that point.
That
There
was the
nothing that
issue
says it
that
constitutes
where we
being-
were years ago, and we could be again, if that happens again. We don't know what is being absent. Because as Vice Chair Guanzo started all this conversation, you ask a very simple question. What happens when we have an elected official that shows up, sits on the dais, and after public comments, 30 minutes or an hour, they walk out for whatever reason? They could have they can go to the hospital. It could be but is that person absent or is that person present? as my ministerial duties as a town clerk, that person is not absent, even if he or she was in the meeting for 30 minutes, because that person was here. But the person left early. So I think it's essential for the current council to define what is excused, what is unexcused, what is being absent, and what is being not absent. I think that with a good definition, which could be provided in special rules of order, it would make our life easier. At least my ministerial duties would be accomplished.
So with that definition, let's say that the current council creates an ordinance and defines what an absence is. What happens when a council member is absent per that definition? Let's say that an absence means that you didn't walk in the door, that you just never showed up, and a person is not here at all for 3 meetings in a row. With this charter amendment passing, what happens at that moment?
If it's very clearly defined by ordinance what is unexcused, and this is then by operation of law, the person is automatic. That's what it does.
Well, it depends, right? If they were in the hospital, then that's excused.
That's excused, right? If
they
you
were
def-
playing with their kids,
Right, so
maybe.
then this,
So that's what, but I think what
then this does serve
the
a
clerk was
purpose.
saying is that the ordinance would need to define that unexcused, excused.
But then the question does serve a very valid purpose.
Let me ask a question
Go
a
ahead,
different way,
Commissioner
if
Fernandez.
I could, Mr. Chair. Mr. Attorney, so once those absences occur, right? What is the next step that has to happen for that to come before the council? As it is now, and if this ballot language
Yeah.
passes? And it's a trick question on purpose.
I don't think it's a trick question.
No, it's
I
not a
think,
trick
I think
question
I
at
have-
all.
yeah, I think it's actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think the section number 3, the actual procedures are pretty,
Well, I don't think procedures, I think if I'm understanding Commissioner Fernandez, his question is directed to what is the triggering event that begins the conversation as to, or not the conversation, the inquiry, the formal inquiry as to whether or not absences will constitute good cause. And my interpretation, without I don't know whether or not there's been ordinances or procedures that have been implemented otherwise, but I believe it would require either a council member to bring that issue up, or by referendum or by initiative by the electors to implement an ordinance that would require either an automatic trigger or otherwise.
Well-
But as it stands right now, as I understand it, it would require someone from the council to step up and say, hey, look, I would like to have this addressed as to whether or not these absences of council member X, Y, and Z constitute good cause pursuant to section 2.5 and initiate the procedures. That the procedures don't just enact, they don't trigger themselves currently.
that's absolutely correct. And again, the way the charter is written is that the council makes their own rules, makes their own regs, and this reaffirms that. So the council could very well adopt an ordinance that says, upon the absence of a council member, there shall be an item placed on the next council agenda that is to discuss whether or not there was good cause for said absence. Simple.
Mr. Chair,
That's it.
let me s-
Commissioner Bennett, and then I'll come to.
just
Commissioner
quickly,
Fernandez.
so when we turn in these questions to our town council, can we include a memo? So, as to some things that are unresolved, but what ordinances they may want to initiate in order to give some body to the ballot questions? Can we include a memo so if they are passed, that the council can, initiate an ordinance to basically establish that type of rule?
Yeah, Mr. Deputy
as a
Town
member.
Attorney, if you could respond, I know that we'll be issuing a report together to the town council with regards to this. I don't know if we go into that level of detail in that report or not. I don't believe so, but I don't know if anything precludes us from doing it, but
Nothing precludes you from doing it. You can urge the town council to take some type of action. They can or they can't, depending. There's nothing that's inappropriate with that.
okay,
If you want to make a motion to add that into your report, you can do so.
all right. Commissioner Fernandez.
The second part of my question, I think still remained unanswered, and it was kind of the point that I was trying to make. We clarified that that's the procedure under the way that the charter is currently written. Can you confirm that if this ballot question passes, that procedure is not changed? Still the same procedure?
That procedure is not changed, which is, I think, going to Dr. Bennett's point that he wishes to urge the council to adopt an ordinance to create a procedure.
Correct. So based on the fact that that triggering procedure doesn't happen, I, out of all of the questions here, don't think that removing the council's discretion and not addressing the real underlying issue, I don't think, and mind you, this is, we've been talking about this for an hour. We've been up here for 3 months. We're some of the most civically minded, experienced, educated people in this town, and the average voter is going to have about 6 seconds looking at this question. So if we didn't completely understand it up until a few minutes ago, I can only imagine what John Q. Voter is going to do when presented with this. I don't want it in front of them. I don't think it makes big enough of a difference. I don't think it's going to fix the underlying issue that you're trying to fix. I think the underlying issue that you're trying to fix is a worthwhile one. Unfortunately, I think we're kind of running out of runway with this process. It might be something that, we might, have to ask the council to deal with in ordinance. The council can also propose charter questions. So that's another way. And if they want to beat it up on their own, they definitely can. But as it stands right now, I don't think I can support having this question in front of the voters. And I think that's what we should vote on, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I want to really just take this down to moving forward on making a vote. So unless anyone has any more substantive discussions they'd like to have as to the pending motion, and the pending motion is, Madam Clerk, do you have it written down, the actual motion?
Yes, the motion that we have is motion to reconsider this ballot question together with the language that was deleted. And this was a motion by Commission Member Fernandez, which was seconded by Commission Member Bennett.
Okay,
And
so the
what's-
motion is to reconsider the language. Let me delete.
I think it has been reconsidered. But you tell me, do
Yes,
the roll call or?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I have one more question.
go for it.
Procedures, where it reads, the council shall be the sole judge of the qualifications of its members and shall hear all questions relating to forfeiture. When does the council hear those questions? At what point is that hearing triggered?
I think, again, I think I'll answer that. It's the same thing that we've been saying over and over.
Yeah.
It's, the way it's currently written, there is no triggering mechanism.
So can we
So
add,
it would, well, we would need to, yeah, we could add, oh my goodness. Yes, we could, sorry. And I'm only getting, because I see where we're at. If we're going to reconsider adding more, making other changes, substantive changes to the charter language.
and
And
I
then we have to
apologize.
develop the questions as well.
I apologize. I thought that by operation of law was a trigger. And I apologize for my, I guess, lack of
It-
legal jargon knowledge.
No,
That's, to me, that was a trigger, and so that's why I was content with the question. Can we add language that says that this will trigger a hearing? That's it. It's
Sure.
very simple.
no,
Trig-
and don't apologize, I completely understand what you're explaining as to what your confusion was in there. It is a trigger, but it is a trigger at a different point in time than what you wanted. From what I'm understanding, you wanted a trigger to be on the front end. This is a trigger more on a response after the council has made a determination that there's no good faith. So it's a trigger, but it's just, it's the flow differed from what you were expecting. So I completely understand, so don't apologize for that
Thank you.
at all. But where we're right now at, the pending motion is to reconsider it. So I think we had to take a motion on this aspect first. And if you want then to propose another motion to have other language, I'm all for it, to allowing our body to make those changes as necessary. Yes,
Just a point of parliamentary procedure is
absolutely.
if the motion to reconsider passes, then
Mhm.
it passes and we're gonna move on. If it doesn't, then you can present.
I'm sorry, could you
Well,
repeat?
because you said that she could present it afterwards, but if the motion passes that's currently on the table, then she can't.
Yes. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and call on this motion to reconsider. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. It, yes, 2 noes, correct? Yes, all right. Commissioner Ruano. Okay, so the motion passes. So the ballot question and the language have been removed.
Just to clarify, I'm a yes, right? That's what
Excuse me?
you have me? To clarify, I was a yes, right?
Yes, it was just me and Commissioner Ruano were the only noes. So if we can make sure the town attorneys have that. So 2.5 C2 is going to reinsert the language that was deleted as to the in the discretion of. Or B2, I'm sorry, not C2. 2.5 B2, forfeiture by absence, is reinserting the language in the discretion of the remaining council members. That's going to remain, and the question will be removed.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, the next one is ballot question number 5, filling council vacancies. Shall the town charter be amended to revise vacancy procedures by 1, revising the procedure for filling, no, excuse me. Let me drink a little bit of water here.
Yes.
Shall the town charter be amended to revise vacancy procedures by 1, revising the procedure for filling vacancies with less than 6 months remaining by the mayor nomination within 45 days of council confirmation. 2, requiring a special elections for vacancies with 6 or more months remaining. 3, providing that if the mayor's office becomes vacant, the vice mayor shall complete the mayor's term. The resulting vacancy shall be filled otherwise provided in the charter.
All right, I will make a motion. Oh, and the word count is 74 of 75. We just got it, squeezed it in there. And so I'll make a motion to adopt this language.
Second.
We have a second, discussions. Commissioner Guanzo, and then I'll go to Commissioner Abad.
Couple of questions. I'm going back to what Councilman Hertzberg said. Is number 1, through the chair to the attorney, is number 1 already in the charter? Is it, I heard the councilman say it was repeating what's already in the charter. Just trying to confirm that.
I don't believe it is. I'll go back
It's,
to that.
I
I
section.
believe that it said 30 days instead of 45, maybe?
Correct.
I can read it.
Okay.
Read it into the record.
We're going from 30 to 45 days.
I believe this is how it reads, the current charter. Yes, if less than 6 months remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by a nomination of the mayor made within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy, subject to confirmation by the council. This is section 2.5, vacancies. C, filling of vacancies, a vacancy on the council shall be filled the following way. That's section 1.
Yeah, sub Roman 1.
So currently it's 30 days following the vacancy, subject to confirmation by the council.
All right, and then number 2 is, let's see, that's Roman numeral 2I. Requiring a special election, currently it's, okay, so this is changing from nomination from the mayor to forcing the special election.
Correct.
All right,
Okay.
Commissioner Abad?
So I also wanted to address section 2, and I agree with what Councilman Hertzberg said. It makes no sense that 6 months, you know. So I personally would like to make a motion that we switch the language to say requiring a special election for vacancies with 12 months or more remaining.
Well, real quick before I'll ask for a second on that, is keeping this in mind is that it not only changes that one, but it will also change the first one. Because right now, the mayor does the appointment through 6 months. It would be a change there in that first portion to give the mayors for any seats that are up to 12 months, if you're gonna go forward with that. So if you're gonna do it, I'm just saying it so that way when we take the motion at one time, that you make the change to incorporate both changes. That gives the mayor the option to nominate somebody that has less than 12 months rather than less than 6 months. And then for anything that are 12 months or more, that it
Mhm.
goes to special action. I just want to avoid interim motions later on.
Yeah.
If that's what you're.
And right now it's 6 months or 12 months?
6. Well, right now it's 6 and 6. So the mayor has the authority to nominate up to for if there's less than 6 months of term. And if there's more than 6 months, it's covered by C2, which is more than, if 6 months or more remain, that goes to special election based on what we had voted. But if what you're doing is just on the timing aspect, you're saying that the mayor has
All right, I'm reading.
to nominate anything for up to 12 months, and then 12 months or more would be special election. If I'm understanding what your motion
Yep,
is.
right. So I'll go back and I'll do the whole thing. So then revise number 1 and 2. So my motion would be to change the language that says revising the procedure for filling vacancies with less than a year remaining by mayor nomination within 45 days with council confirmation, and requiring a special election for vacancies with 12 or more months remaining.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, an interim motion and a second. Any discussion on that change?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So I'm trying to understand it, and I very much was listening to Councilman Hertzberg's remarks, but I was having trouble following the thought process with because I think one of the things that's maybe not spelled out here that happens anyway is if that so if the mayor was to nominate that position, it would still, even after that appointment, if more than 2 years are left on that term, it would still go up to a vote at the next general election. Right? So that's a part of the process that's not necessarily spelled out that maybe some of my colleagues here don't understand, right? So if there's a substantial amount of the term left, then whether or not there's an appointment and a nomination, it already goes to a special election for the remainder of the term. So you kind of have that scenario where the vacancy happens between, almost the beginning of the term and that 2-year term, right? So you could have some sort of partial term there, and then you would have an election that gets triggered after the fact. Then you have this circumstance that we're carving out where there would be less than 6 months remaining in the term, and then you would have the appointment, and then the Councilman's Hertzberg's preference is to increase that term from the 6 months that we contemplated before to a year to accomplish what exactly? That's the part that I'm missing. And through the chair, if you would indulge me and let Councilman Hertzberg come up and answer my question.
I welcome Councilman Herzberg. Right before you go, if the town attorney, I just wanted to ask you on that aspect. I saw you nodding, so I didn't know
Yeah,
about that aspect that he was talking about the 2 years.
Yeah, there
Or-
is a difference between the 2 years and the less. So, but this is not what that's addressing, so that's not going to be in the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you explain that real quick, what that 2-year?
Yeah, so it's just a different process.
You want a minute, Mr. Town Attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, Commissioner, or Councilman.
So, no, I've
Oh,
got it.
sorry.
So, all right, so, sorry. Because I was reading about the 2 years. It's really, it's the 6 months that triggers it. So if less than 6 months remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by nomination of the mayor made within 30 days. So we're changing this from 30 days to 45 days. Then if 6 months or more remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by a nomination of the mayor made within 30 days following the occurrence of the vacancy, subject to confirmation by the council. The nominee shall fill that vacancy until the next regularly scheduled election as described in Article 5, at which time an election shall be held to fill in the vacancy. So the triggering point is the 6 years, to the 6 months. So I guess what you're talking about is expanding that 6 months to 1 year?
Right. So again, personally, I don't necessarily have a big issue with the way it works right now. But if I think it's a decent question to ask. The only issue I have is 6 months is a very short amount of time. So someone correct me if I'm wrong on the math, but if the seat becomes vacant with 6 months and 1 day, and the term is coming up in 6 months, that means we're having a general election in 6 months. So you're going to have a special election for someone to fill a term for 3 months if you're lucky. Maybe special elections take 60 days minimum. Last one, it took at least 90 days. So you're going to have a special election to have the seat will remain vacant for 60 days. Let's just say it happens really fast. The seat will remain vacant for 60 days. And then someone will fill it for the remaining 4 months. So you'll have a special election to fill a 4-month term. I think 12 months is a good barrier because it will take at least 60 to 90 days to set the special election. It has to come before the council. Council needs to approve it, supervise the elections. I don't even know if it needs 2 readings. I don't think it does. But that's the concern, is that 6 months because remember, there's no discretion. If the charter says you must go to special election, that's it. So the council will have a meeting. The meeting might happen a month after the vacancy. So now you got 5 months to fill a term when the vacancy actually occurred when there's 6 months and 1 day. So that's the only issue. I think it's a good question. It's not a bad question to ask on the ballot. It's just a matter of whether 6 months is a proper period of time or 12 months makes more sense, because then if you're at 12 months, even with a 3-month period of getting to special election, you still got 9 months of a term for the special election, right? The person will sit there for at least 9 months, not potentially 3 months. That's why. That's really the only thing about it. And if the math isn't working, maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I think it works.
All right, does anybody have any other questions for Councilmember Herzberg?
Same message.
All right, thank you very much. All right, any other further discussion on the motion? All right. All right, so we have the interim motion to amend the ballot summary to extend to replace 6 months with 12 months. Is that correct? So no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So now we're back on the main motion, on the main ballot summary as read, replacing the 6 months with the 12 months. Any further discussion on the main ballot? All right, seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The motion passes with the as amended. Remember, it's on both number 1 and 2 for the attorneys. All right, we're going now to,
Mr. Chair, if I may, we go back to ballot question number 2?
you
They
want to
do
go
have
back to number
proposed-
2? Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
before we,
Good. I had a
because
little
af-
sticky note to remind us to go back to number 2.
because after that, then we're going to question 14, 15, we're leapfrogging.
Sure, all right.
All right,
Back
so
to question number 2.
ballot question number 2. Shall the town charter be amended to provide that, 1, the term of office of all elected officials elected at a general election shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday of January following the general election, semicolon, and number 2, effective with the general election to be held in November 2028, comma, the council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor at the first January regular council meeting and each year thereafter. This would be 72 words.
Isn't that what's there now? I'm sorry. Did I read it wrong?
That's
Can you
not
read,
clear.
can you read it one more time?
Sure.
No. It added
Shall. Sure.
And just through number 1, you don't have to read after number 2, but just if you could read that number 1, because
The number 1, sure. So Shall the town charter be amended to provide that the term of office of all elected officials elected at a general election shall commence at 12 noon on the second Tuesday of January following the general election?
And quick question. And I hate to be, I don't want to be hyper technical, but how does that, how does that take into account runoffs?
Well,
General election
Oh,
and
no.
or runoff? Could we just add that?
yes, but if you have a general election, the general election will include once the runoff has concluded.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't achieve.
I'm fine with
majority,
that. I
then
just don't want,
It continues. If you have a runoff, the general election hasn't concluded, doesn't conclude until the runoff results are presented.
because it hasn't been certified. Is what we're
Correct.
saying.
Means if we read it correctly,
The
it
election
means
hasn't been
that
certified.
we had a general election on November 3rd. We don't have a winner. They go to the runoff. If it gets approved, I think the language proposed is the second Tuesday of December. Once that runoff
Is
is
it certified?
concluded, the term of that elected person will start the second Tuesday of January.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any further go ahead, Commissioner Fernandez.
That modification was my request, and I'm more than
Okay.
pleased
So
with.
would you like to make the motion to adopt?
I would like to, I think there was already a motion to adopt, but I'll make,
No, there has
well,
been. No.
well, then I move to adopt it and wish to extend my gratitude to the deputy town attorney for
I'll second
adding
it.
such
And
valuable
Steve.
language.
You're
And
welcome,
Steve,
Vice Mayor.
yes.
I'll second it.
Second from Commissioner Bennett. All right. Any further discussion on number 2? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We have Commissioner Abad walking back in, voting. Any opposed? Motion passes. So number 2 is voted as amended.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you had something. Okay. So now we're back to number 6. So this one, we're voting on as to wording. Mr. Town Attorney, if you want to just go through the wording.
Yes.
We had requested some changes in the wording at the last meeting.
Okay. So number 6. I'm not sure if there's any changes to number 6, but I could read it. This is a 2-term lifetime limit for mayor and council members.
Sorry?
I thought
Yes,
we
there-
had already approved this one, no?
Is I have here is,
Because number 6 was the old number 4. And that had already been voted on.
the new, well, the one that you're looking at ballot question that's listed as on our chart as number 6 is a 2-term life limit for mayor and council members.
Right.
Is we had made several changes to the language and you were coming back with that language.
Okay.
So this was just capturing everything. I just want to make sure everybody was fine
Sure.
with
So-
the language because it varied from the language that was initially proposed back then.
Shall the town charter be amended to limit the mayor and the members of the council to no more than 2, little number 2, terms in each office during their lifetime, and in parentheses, rather than 2 consecutive terms, end parentheses, comma, with terms as council member and mayor counted separately, provided that service exceeding 2 years of an unexpired term counts as a term, and apply these limits retroactively such that prior terms count towards a 2-year term limit, the 2-term limit.
So I'll make a motion to approve the language.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Approved. All right, now ballot question
14?
7. Yeah, that one again is, I just went through the minutes and these were ones that we had made motions to modify language. And so this is, I just want to make sure that we've captured the approval on these.
So this is reduction of council members from 6 to 4 members, Shall the town council be amended to reduce the number of council members from 6 council members to 4 council members by 1, electing the council member to seat 5 in 2028 to a 2-year term, comma, after which seat 5 shall be abolished in 2030, semicolon, and 2, abolishing seat 6 upon expiration of the current term in 2030, with no further election for seat number 6.
I'll make the motion to adopt the language.
Second.
Any further discussion? See,
Just quick, I seem to recall that, I think it was Commissioner Rono that mentioned it, but the numbers, didn't we say that 6 council members to 4 council members should be spelled out, so it's not to confuse, it was the other way around? It was
The other way around, yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because for me, I'm the opposite. I'd rather they be spelled out than the numbers, but what,
yes, because she didn't want it to have the confusion. I remember that.
Okay.
So, all right, no further discussion?
Maybe,
Commissioner Abad?
maybe, you don't have to say something on this again. And this is gonna be our last chance to speak on it anyway, so once again, I think this has been the most controversial item that or the most discussed item. Every person that stood up there, I believe there was only one person in favor of making a change. I'm still concerned about the way the item came up. I still don't know if it came from the council, Councilman Fernandez, or the town staff. That couldn't even be cleared up when we asked about it last time. I obviously cannot make a motion to move to remove the question because I was on the losing end. Again, listen, if we're gonna listen to the people, I think the majority of the people who have spoken have agreed to stay with the 6 members. And I would hope that one of you guys who voted in favor considers.
All right, so any other discussion on the approval of the language?
Once again, on principle, I'm gonna say no, just to go strictly on principle. So,
Understood. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
We have 2 noes from Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Abad. Madam Clerk? All right, now we're on to question number 8. This was a matter that was tabled. I believe. Oh, no, this one wasn't tabled. Sorry, my apologies. You have that correct, right? This was already voted on. All right, yes, question number 8, the one on the election procedure. That one was, I was just going back to the minutes. I had taken the wrong notes on to number 8. This is the one where,
Mr. Chair, may I ask a
or I did
question?
not, hold on one second.
It's permissible.
Oh, wait, no, we did table this one. This was the one to table, my apologies. This was where Vice Chairman Guanzo had asked for clarification on the runoff language. And yes, and so we reworded this one at the suggestion of Assistant Town Attorney Castilla, that they would bring back language on what was voted on regarding the runoff. And this was tabled. So this is the language that was proposed. If you could read it, Mr. Town Attorney.
Certainly. Election procedure, November general election with December runoff. Shall the town charter be amended so that 1, the general election shall be held in November of each even numbered year concurrent with the U.S. congressional elections. 2, if no candidate receives more than 50% of the votes, or runoff votes between the top 2 candidates shall be held the second Tuesday of December. 3, the 21-day runoff period is repealed. And 4, the council shall hold no meetings between election and swearing in except for emergencies. And this is exactly 75 words.
I'll move it.
All right.
Well, second.
We have a second. Any discussion on the language? All right,
Mr.
seeing,
Chair, I'm so sorry, I do. I'm trying to find it, but if the attorney can help me, like currently, where does it say when the general election takes place in November? Because I know it used to be October and then there was a
says
charter
the
change.
general election shall be held in November.
No, I'm sorry, currently in the current language, in the current.
Mhm.
I'm in section 2.3 under election. Like, how do we know that our elections are in November? Where does it say that in the charter?
If I may, it's in section 5 currently, right?
Yes.
5.1 elections,
5.1.
letter C.
Thank you.
A general election shall be held in even-numbered years on the first Tuesday following the first Monday in November, provided, however, that it is in the intent of this charter that the town election always be scheduled to coincide with a county-wide election. And it keeps going on. It's a long,
Right. The reason I
provision.
ask, because I recall Councilman Hertzberg comment about this item being redundant, because that's already the case, right? So, Mr. Attorney, if you can just help me out, like what's different about what we're proposing than what's currently in the charter?
Well, I think what's important here that's different and based on your discussion was the fact that we were having the issue that we're running into the Thanksgiving holiday.
No,
And
no,
s-
I'm sorry. I'm on number one only. Not the runoff period, just the general election. So number one talks about the general election shall be on the first Tuesday.
Yeah,
of
that's not
November.
changing anything.
We rewrote the entire section.
Okay.
So that's what the new section provides.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. It can do without if you want to remove it.
Here's
It's
my
just,
concern with that. So, because anybody that reads that's going to say, yeah, of course I support first Tuesday of November, but that's already the case. So we're asking a question that's irrelevant because it's already the case.
That's
I
true.
just feel that it almost takes away, believe me, I'm supportive of everything that follows, but it almost makes the question like, yeah, support the first Tuesday. So, it's a little misleading to me because number one to me is already the case, unless I'm mistaken.
I don't have the current language before me.
It's right
no,
here.
no, it says the
No, no,
first
not the
Monday
current
in
language,
November.
The current amended language.
Oh,
that
the current amended
That we
language.
approved. That's what I don't have. Sorry. No, as
Yes.
what we have proposed.
Yeah. And I only say this, obviously, it's not a big deal. Well, it is, but I only say it because we're trying to address the voter fatigue, right? I mean, there's a lot of questions. So the simpler the question, the more likely it is that somebody's going to really focus on it and vote on it.
Understood. So would you like it to be amended to say, shall the town charter be amended so that if no candidate receives more than 50% of the votes, start there?
I, I- if I may, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. So I think you need a little bit of the context that one provides, maybe not a full restatement of it, but I do think you need to take a little snippet of one and then maybe grab that and add it to the language of two and make one sentence out of that.
Something to the effect of, if in a general election, no candidate receives more than 50% of the
Exactly.
vote to run off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And keep in mind is that now it's concurrently with the countywide elections versus the US congressional elections, but that's not really substantive one way or another. I don't believe so, not too
It's
much.
not.
But, so do you want an opportunity? We'll just hold off on this question and give you guys a chance to reword it. as-
I mean, I think the rewording could be as simple as what was just suggested. It's amended so that if in a general election, no candidate receives more than 50%, and then go from there.
The important question here is we're moving the runoff. from
Correct.
The Tuesday before Thanksgiving to that first Tuesday, or I'm sorry, that second Tuesday in December.
Great. And we're repealing the 21-day runoff period.
Do we need to make a motion to amend that language?
You do.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to make the motion to amend the language to strike number one and replace it with, if in a general election, no candidate receives more than, and pick up where number two provides for that language.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Town attorneys, you guys have the gist of the language of what we need?
I do.
Okay. And no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, we'll go to question.
I think,
So is that item done, or do we need to come back to it?
yes, you have to have vote on the main motion as amended.
Right.
Oh, my apologies. I was trying to move forward too quickly.
Oh.
All right, so as to the main motion now, as amended, thank you very much again, both the Vice Chairman and Town Attorney, the Clerk. Is any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes in full.
Making progress.
9, yes, correct. 9 is, we do not need a vote. That was already passed.
Mhm.
Now we're at ballot question number 10. This was language that we had asked for the chair to, or the town attorneys to come back with. Mr. Town Attorney, if you could read it into the record.
It says, administrative updates, town manager removal, acting manager, and town committees. Shall the town charter be amended to, one, comprehensively revise the procedure for designating an acting town manager during the town manager's temporary absence or disability, including notice and reporting requirements, and provide that the council may establish or terminate town committees as it deems advisable.
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt the language as presented.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
I do have a discussion, and again, I hate to raise this, but I'm never a fan of a question that really asks two different questions, right? Because this question is asking, the first part addresses the issue of the manager designating an acting manager, right? But then the second question has nothing to do with the manager, and it's asking if the council may establish to terminate town committees if it deems advisable. So I may be supportive of number one, but not of number two. So now I don't have a choice because I'm being asked two different questions. And believe me, I'm not proposing any additional questions. I think we're trying to do the opposite.
Yeah,
I just feel like it's a disservice to
sure.
bundle two different
I
questions.
can tell you, when we had this discussion, it was at the request to try to consolidate questions. And so this was one where we had extra word count, I believe, if I remember from the town attorneys. So,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's the compound question problem that I
Yeah,
raised
thank
the
you.
last several meetings. Because like I said, it's two separate issues to be voted on, and then you're split down the middle, so I guess you refuse to do both. I don't know how you would approach this.
so are you having a motion to split it off and add another question to?
Well, I was gonna,
These
the
issues?
vice chairman make his proposal, because I understand what he's saying. I'm just kind of nodding his way to let him know that this is a compound question and I have an issue with it. But as far as change, I'll allow him to make any suggestion.
Mr. Chair, before the vice
Yeah,
chair
Commissioner Fernandez.
asks this question, I don't understand section 2. Provide that the council may establish or terminate town committees as it deems advisable. Isn't that the case already now?
Yes, that language, trying to recall where we pulled that from. Mr. Town Attorney, I know we
recall.
consolidated that from another section.
Because I do kind of, I'm thinking about it, agree. I mean, the mayor is the one that creates the council, subject to council approval. But the council
The
can.
committees.
Committees, yeah.
Yeah, the committees. But the council they can't establish. The mayor only can establish. So that would be the change. But they can terminate.
It's awkward in this question. And there's only, I think, one other question that addresses committees, and that has to do with the mayor putting a council person on the committee. I think it's 12. And it doesn't fit there either. Am I right? Mr. Steele, we spoke about that. Doesn't really.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it fits in 12 more. There's just no words. We're at 74, 75, so I don't think it can.
Yeah, just so I'm just looking at what we considered at the last meeting. They were all combined. This was actually one that we didn't combine into questions, so I take that back. Rather, it was just a rewording of the entire question. And that's what we did. They were both combined the last time. There was actually 3 sections here in the last version, and now it's combined down into 2.
You're still on number 10, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Right.
If I can, through the chair to the town attorney.
Sure.
The committees were formed by resolution originally. Are they not by resolution currently?
They are, but they have to be created through The mayor. The mayor is the one that gets to create it through the charter committees.
So, Mr. Chair, so then I think we're all having like a difficult time kind of recalling how we got here to this question, but was our conversation, if someone recalls, the discussion was in addition to the mayor allowing the council obviously to have a
No,
say?
the issue in this one was the may versus shall.
May,
This was may, that's why I'm reading back on here in my notes. Is provided that the council may establish versus shall establish, and that's the incorporation of that language.
because the
That's,
council now has the power,
right now, the language reads shall
the
establish.
council?
Yes, and this was this long discussion that we had regarding
Okay.
versus may versus shall.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's the same for the mayor, right? So the mayor right now currently,
Yeah, it doesn't
The
change
mayor and
anything other
council?
than whether it's just the words may and shall. That was the removal, and it was
Yeah.
incorporating the change of the use of word of the, instead of using shall, to use the word may.
and I'm so sorry to ask this because perhaps it does fit in number 12, but does it currently say the mayor and council shall?
I don't know.
Because
don't
if
know
it does
the
say the
original
mayor and
language.
council, then it would fit in number 12 better, I think.
Yeah, 12 doesn't have space.
Ah, well,
That's a 74 words.
I mean, what I read is that the mayor may create subject to council approval. That's what the
The
charter-
problem is right now, the way the charter reads is that it says that the mayor may create, subject to council approval, committees of the council, which may include non-council members. So the mayor is the one that creates the committees, not the council. So I think we're trying to even it.
and can they terminate
Well, that's
them?
in 12. That's
Right.
12. But 10, question 2 is just the may versus shall issue.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair? Question
Yes,
to the
Commissioner
attorney, can this be taken care of by ordinance or resolution?
This section, no, because this is changing language, specific language in the charter.
Existing
Yeah.
language. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, where is that in the current charter?
2.2?
2.2.
2.2A,
1, 2.
letter number 2. The mayor may create, subject to council approval, committees of the council which may include non-council members, and it goes on.
No, I don't.
Yeah, we're talking about the council. Where does it give the power to the council right now?
It doesn't.
No, hold on one second. And this was a different section.
Yeah, it's different than when the chair's recollection, because his recollection is that the council shall currently, and we're changing it to may. So we need to find where in the charter that gives the
Yeah.
power to the council. Mayor and vice mayor, town council. Do you know, Mr. Attorney, where that gives that power to the council currently?
It doesn't. The council doesn't have the power.
So
To
this is
create
brand new language then?
It would seem so, yes.
It's not existing language in the
just trying to
charter?
find-
No.
Well, then Commissioner Bennett's point may be a valid one. Again, I don't really recall what we were trying to, I mean, I do know what we were trying to do. I don't recall the conversation. But if it's not changing the language in the charter as the chair believes it is, then there's
I'm
some
just going
level of
by
flexibility.
yeah, and I'm going by what was in the question on the last one.
Could it be
Yeah,
that we were,
the original language that was provided last one is provide that the council may rather than shall establish or terminate town boards and agencies as it deems advisable.
so could it be that what we were
That was
trying
the
to do
that was the
to-
language that was in the last one that we were asking the town attorneys to revise.
Right.
That's what I'm going off.
But could it be then what we were trying to do was to give the power to the council in addition to the mayor? It sounds like that's what we did.
Yeah.
This was from the town, from the notes here,
Voted
it
for
says it's a February 12th meeting. This was decided on.
Mr. Chair, we removed question 4, I believe, from recommendation to the council. Can we, since we removed one question we could add another question, or at least clarify what we want in this question by bifurcating this into clear language.
Yeah, I think let's find out what the reason was, and then I think.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
gonna
Town
step away
Attorney.
for a minute. I'll be right back.
Sure. All right. Commissioner Fernandez, excuse me. What am I doing? I'm trying to look at see the reason why.
We're
We're waiting, we're trying to get clarification as to the reason why we precipitated this question right here. So we can address it.
Chair, can it be 3.9? Town boards and agencies? That it currently reads, the council shall establish or terminate such boards and agencies as it may deem advisable.
Yes.
From time to time, the boards and agencies shall report to the council.
And just for a matter for the record, this motion was made by Commission Member Bennett.
Commission member?
Bennett.
Oh,
So yes.
I'm so sorry, Madam Clerk.
This was your motion that was
Yeah.
voted on. It was unanimous. I'm looking at the
Where-
minutes.
I'm so sorry, where is that?
3.9.
3.9. Okay,
Yes.
so it is in the charter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 3.9. 3.9.
And there's very little discussion on it. Correct. Yeah, 3.9, it was just changing the words from shall to may. The council may establish or terminate such boards or agencies as it may deem advisable from time to time. The board and agency shall report to the council. So it's just changing the may versus the shall to the may in 3.9.
So can I ask a question though about it?
right. I have it as Commission member Fernandez.
Well, I'm looking at the minutes that were approved, 3.9.
Me too.
Um,
Oh, I have them under February 12th, the minutes,
well, February 12th,
right? Or no?
well, it was a February 12th meeting. The minutes were addressed on the February 26th meeting.
But
that's right.
under the
No.
February 12th.
Yeah.
Under section 3.9, I have Commission Member Fernandez made a motion for
Right.
the word shall to be removed and for the word may to be replaced, and the motion was
I
seconded
remember.
by Commission Member Abad, and the motion passed
Yeah,
unanimously.
Mr. Chair, there was a modification in the minutes. I brought it to the attention.
is
of
that what it
the,
was?
Yes, of the,
So there was second by
Clerk.
Commissioner, okay. Okay, yeah, because I'm looking at then this version.
Oh.
Then there was
maybe-
yes,
maybe
there was a
it's correction
modification.
we did?
Yes,
Okay,
not in the version. I'm just looking at the agenda from February 26th.
yes, we did make a.
So I guess we
might have
amended it the subsequent meeting.
3.9.
in March.
So in the interest of trying to resolve the issue, it sounds like it was a unanimous vote, right? So I think we were all, of course, supportive of it
No.
because you want to give the council the
Right.
ability to not force them to do something, but is it I guess I'm making a proposal that to reconsider including this question as a change to the charter.
And the
And
underlying.
I'll rely on the attorneys, really. I mean, may, shall. Deputy Attorney, I'll ask you is there really a legal difference between may and shall?
Well, there's
I think this is one of those points that we debated quite a bit.
In another question, because it was actually, I'm just looking, there was there was no debate in this one. As to this one, the other one was yes.
No, no, but there was questions.
There
as
was,
far as
we went into extensive debate on May and Shall in another section, but just not in this section.
none of this actually right. Well, I just remember May and shall be a conversation at some point. So, I mean, I'm not sure that it really makes a whole lot of difference here, but I am going to bring up another point that that it just occurred to me that I'm not sure makes a lot of sense. And it's something that, again, as we're looking at this and we're thinking about the decisions we've made and where these are in different sections of the code. So section 3.9 definitely deals with, boards and agencies. So these are your town councils. I'm sorry, these are like your elderly affairs committee, these are your economic development committee, so on and so forth. But one thing that I think there was a little bit of confusion on, and I'll admit, I think confused too, because I don't think we've ever used it. And it's where the mayor may create, subject to council approval, committees of the council. And I'm gonna tell you why is that interchangeably, this section has been used with the other section, where I don't think that that's been correct, because the charter already provides that the boards can be created through council approval and don't require the town. So I believe that where this section 2.2 is talking about committees of the council, are committees for the council to meet outside of the regular boards and convene. So that being the case, and I'm reading this again, I think that we can clean some of this language up if you all agree. So in question,
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question while he's?
yes,
Oh,
oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not the chair. You're the chair.
Yes.
No, that's, I'm just curious, can you give me an example of what a committee of the council is? Like, are there any that?
It just hasn't been used. I
But
can't think of one.
Elderly Affairs is not a committee of the council?
No, it would be an agency. It would be a board.
A board?
Town
So
board
the
agents,
chair
and
to be-
3.9, and so 2.2 would be if, what I'm assuming is the committee creates, or the council creates a committee, and just trying to think of it, to review applications for town, for the town manager. Mr. Town Attorney? the
Yeah.
deputy attorney, something like.
Yes.
They create a committee to review some qualifications or something that it's going to, that they want to address, but they want to have, hey, look, can you guys look at this a little bit outside of our council meetings?
Correct. Correct.
And
Let,
that's,
let
and
me
so
give
we
you an
can actually have
example
to
of,
change, the change that we made there because of that now.
let me give you an example of one that just occurs to me right now. Let's assume right now, for argument's sake, that the council is considering moving away from the sheriff, and they want their own police department. They say, you know what, we need to beat this up a little bit more. Let's meet in committee to further discuss this, and let's have several sessions so we can figure out if we want to do this. So you create a committee of the council.
So, and
That
it,
can include non-council members.
non-members, which is why that 2.2 is written the way it is,
Yes.
which we.
But we've
changed
never really used it that way.
inappropriately.
I'm having a eureka moment.
Excuse me?
We're all having a eureka moment.
Well, the mayor has made ad hoc committees. I mean, we have established ad hoc
Right.
committees.
Years ago.
But they're not committees of the council. That's what, I think that's what the town attorney is
True,
getting.
I understand. I'm just trying to say that,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that
There
would be
have
an
been
example, I'm
some.
guessing.
Years ago, there was a
Or
committee,
somebody-
a group that was formed to address issues that were happening on Main Street. That was formed, do you remember that? There was a issue there, and there was a safety, for lack of a better word, there was a safety committee that was created for that. And wouldn't an ad hoc committee be considered? There have been a number of those, your 10-year anniversary, was that a committee? Right, I'm just saying, they said that it never happened. Yes, of course they've happened.
I'm sure we get this back and
Huh?
try to.
Sure.
For
Right.
how long? So yes, there have been.
All right.
There was a Christmas,
ahead.
we'll call it a riot over on Main Street by the theater. And it raised a lot of questions, if you remember.
Takeovers now.
Yeah, something
All
like
right,
that. If you
so
remember.
Vice Chairman Nguyendoh? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So, Mr. Attorney, I'm going to go back to you because my question was, in your opinion, is the change of the council shall establish to the council may establish, in your opinion, important enough that we should ask a question on the ballot?
Probably not.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion. I was on the prevailing side, but we should confirm
Everybody
that, although,
was.
okay, good. All right. I'm going to make a motion to amend question 10 to strike number 2 in the current question.
And-
Second.
And the correlative edits to section 3.9.
Yes, thank you.
And that's the motion.
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
I second it.
Second from Commissioner Bennett. Any further discussion?
Just a little bit. Should we have this language somehow incorporated into ballot question 12? Somehow just reworking that or just eliminate it completely? That's the only question I have.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Sure.
I would deal with them separately. So once we get to 12, then we can bring that up. I'm agreeing with you. I think we need to, yes.
All right, so to strike, so the motion right now is to strike this number 2 together with the change that was then done in 3.9, changing from shall to may. Or is any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So we're reverting 3.9. And striking. Now back onto the main motion for the main question. It would also, I think by operation, it would just also take off the number 1. So all it is going to be, shall the town charter be amended to comprehensively revise the procedure for designating and acting town manager during the town manager's absence or disability, including notice and reporting requirements. I'm going to, that would be the ballot summary. I'm going to make a motion to also delete from the ballot title, to revise the ballot title to read administrative updates, colon, town manager removal and acting manager, and striking the rest of the current written ballot title.
Second.
Any discussion on that revision? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. All right, now on to the main motion with the corrected ballot title and the corrected summary, ballot summary. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, now let's do this. I would like to first, let's, well, all right, before we go on with the questions, I think we need to address this other issue that just got raised with regards to the language of 2.2, which is resulting from what the town attorney was just talking about, is in 2.2, section A2, we had deleted, that section reads, the mayor may create, subject to council approval, and committees of the council, which, and we had modified, it had read, may include non-council members. We had deleted it and modified that sentence so it read, shall not include members of the council. That would be incorrect, based on this new
Yes.
understanding, or it's not a new understanding, the correct understanding of what this provision was for.
Correct.
And let me see, do we have a ballot question?
Mr. Chair, I think that can be accomplished by, in ballot question number 12, just deleting number 1, providing that committees of the council shall not include members of the council. And then the rest can remain as is.
And I think we may have found a landing spot for the language that was in question 10, section 2 previously, and all of its underlying little may and shall friends. We can now insert that in 12.1
I mean, you just voted a minute ago that you didn't find that it was important to put on the ballot, but if you want to rework that and
Reinsert it.
rethink that.
We removed it from 10, but
Well, we
You
removed
could-
it from 10 and we also removed the change that we had done in 3.9.
correct.
We reverted it. So we would have to redo the change that we just undid and put it into question 12.
Right, that was my question, that if we could incorporate it, you say parliamentary procedure was incorrect. So it has to be done.
Yeah, well, we can do it subsequently, but the motion was to remove it from question 10, but also to change the underlying language.
All right,
So
so
we can re-add it in if we want to.
yes, so I would
Change
like
the
to make a motion to eliminate, first of all, are we on 12? Did we skip over 11?
Well, number 11, we don't require a vote because that was passed.
Okay, all right, perfect.
So we're on 12.
Perfect. So I would like to make a motion to eliminate,
Well, there's remember, real quick, is that there is no motion as to 12 yet for the language. So we don't have to modify the language. I think we just read in the language that we want to have.
okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve the ballot language stated in question 12 with the following modifications. And that would be to replace section 1 with the words provide that the council may establish or terminate town committees as it deems advisable.
Just,
And then also reinstating the language that pertain to it
so
in
just,
section 2.2. Yeah.
just in reading it, before we take a second on it, because I just want to make sure we get the motion correctly. This one is for mayor's duties, but 3.9 considers the council's duties. It's a duty of the council, so there'd be two separate type of issues. I think we can, if we want to modify the ballot title to be rather than mayor's duties and just have it more general, but I think we'd have to revise a little bit of the ballot summary language to include that language. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sorry, my mic was off. I absolutely mayor and council's duties. It does include committees, intergovernmental so committees is already kind of addressed there. There is a nexus, but I'm more than happy to include mayor and council duties.
Want to make a motion?
I'll add that to my already motion flowing in progress. That doesn't have a second yet, but
Okay, let's make sure we get it.
I'll second it.
Mayor's and council's duties would be the ballot title. Committees, intergovernmental relations, and annual address. I think that's sufficient, and it doesn't look like it's gonna go over the word count.
That's a problem.
And then should be, shall the town charter be amended to, I think, 1, revise the town and mayor's, or the mayor's powers and duties by clarifying the mayor's role in representing the town does not preclude, and requiring, and then taking out those 2 and 3s. And then after what's currently there, obviously taking off what's number 1 completely, and just
Correct.
going straight to clarifying. And then following the adoption of the budget process, I think, and then, and 2, revise the council's. No, because it's just the council. The council, I think, includes,
Mhm.
we're short on, I don't know how many words we're gonna get to there. And then incorporating that question from 10, the language from 10.
and it was my intent in that motion to include the underlying charter language that was previously associated with that.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is just to make it shorter, and I think it would work, is you can start with, shall the town charter be amended to revise the mayor's powers and duties by clarifying, number 2 and number 3, and then add so number 2 would become number 1, number 3 would become number 2, and then 3, provided the council may establish or terminate town committees, period. Then it
Okay.
would work.
That's
Can
perfect.
you draft up language to that extent so you can read it all together and make sure the wording,
Yeah,
the numbering?
I just did the
Oh, you
numbering,
did?
it'll come out to 71.
Okay, so can you read it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Shall the town charter be amended to revise the mayor's powers and duties by clarifying that the mayor's role representing the town does not preclude administration and staff from communicating with other governmental entities, and requiring the mayor to present an annual state of the town address with the town's budget continuing through the regular budget adoption process, and provide that the council may establish or terminate town committees, period.
Okay, and that's within the 75, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll make motion. Make a motion to
Motion
adopt
to
that
adopt.
language.
I'll second.
Yeah, the second. Any further discussion on that adopted language? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. And then together with that, since we're removing that, we just, I'll make the motion to the language in section 2.2A2 to revert it back to the language as stated. The changes that were made that shall not include members of the council, to revert it back. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. The motion, town attorneys, you got that to revert that language back?
I
the
did.
Red line.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect.
we
Now
go.
we're on to question,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I'm so sorry. Before you go to 13, can we go back to 11 real quick? I just wanted to clarify, we passed this at the last meeting?
Yes, that was passed.
Because I remember,
I'll go back to
I
the.
can't imagine I supported this, because I can assure you, I don't even know what proportional threshold is. I don't know that you're, what do you call the average voter? Educating, John Q. John Q. What do we mean by professional threshold? What does that mean?
Good, 1 second, let me go back to.
Right.
Like if the 7 to 5 passes, reducing all of those, all that.
So going to 5 to 7 to 2/3. That was the
I
change.
mean, I don't know that anybody, I don't know what this means, to be honest with you. I would skip this question because I don't know I don't know what to say.
So you're proposing just defining proportional thresholds?
That would help.
You got plenty of letters, though.
Oh,
words
for
in there.
sure. Yeah, we're at less than 20 words.
All right.
Give me 1 second, let me see.
Hold on,
think
I have an
if I
idea.
recall, wasn't this was included in another ballot question and we pulled it out?
Could be.
Or
Mm,
I faintly remember
no.
asking to combine it.
Right, you asked to combine it, but there's,
And I'm so sorry, I have to ask this because I can't imagine I would have voted for this. So we voted for this at the last meeting?
no, this was voted on.
I'm looking,
You know that we had.
I'm
passed
looking for the minutes because I do remember you stating exactly where you're stating now,
Yeah,
that you didn't understand.
that's why I know I wouldn't have voted for this, but
It was a ballot
I'm
question number 9.
I think
It
it
was
was
nine?
Split of
back.
9.
it was part of 9 before, so it became its own question now.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's because some of them split, so
Right.
question 9 became 11.
No, that I recall. I recall it was part of, there was a lot in what was 9 and we said, hey, it's compounded,
believe
so
what
we
you're
should
holding.
bifurcate, but I don't know that we voted on this
Council
because I think honestly, if we did, then let's figure out a way to define proportionate threshold.
If I may, in the question where in the question that asked the voter whether they want to reduce the council,
Mhm.
it's only 61 words. Can this be incorporated into that question because it's all part of the same? This language has to be amended only if this question passes.
And I could have sworn that I made a motion to that effect last meeting.
So it's 20 words. The other one's 60? 1?
61.
Yeah,
Which
we'll
ballot
go over.
is that? Marilyn, which ballot question is?
Number 7 right now.
Thank you. I couldn't find it. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would definitely support that, and I think it would make much more sense there and put it in context, and that I think would be much easier for people to understand what that is.
The problems we'd go over, I mean, we'd be at 81 words.
19.
Well, we don't have to add the shall the town charter amend. Like, we can eliminate all of that and just speak to the proportional thresholds. Well, we use too many people, that would be the legal team.
Shall the
for
number of
department.
council members be reduced, blah, blah, blah.
those are the 6 words you need.
Yeah.
Shall the
Town
council,
be amended.
town charter be amended, is redundant at that time.
Yeah, that's 7 words, actually. Anyway, okay, so did you make a motion?
Can you
I'm-
repeat the motion?
Through-
Yeah. If you're making one, repeat it.
through-
Because I don't think the town clerk has it either.
If I may through the chair to the attorney, how would we go about amending?
Okay, so you're gonna add this,
I'm going to make a motion to amend question number 7.
Oh.
Right, we have to reopen 7 to be able to incorporate this language, right?
And
not exactly, let's
No.
go step by step. So you want to, what is it that you want to do? You want to put this language, number 11?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question to the attorney?
Sure.
Can you explain what this does exactly, what number 11 does? What does it mean that will update the council voting and meeting requirements by modifying the proportional thresholds? What does that mean?
We wanted to change from the way that it was, as I think it's fraction to numbers.
It said number, it said from 4 to 4, it had a specific number of council members.
Right.
But given the possibility that
Two-thirds,
they.
right? So the other way around, to move it to 2/3.
So this is new language, right? It's not currently in the charter?
Correct.
Okay.
Currently, the charter has a number of council members.
Right,
So I
my-
think what Councilwoman Rano is saying is, since we're deleting council members, to put that,
Mm-hmm.
And proportional thresholds means, explain it one more time?
fractional, we can use the word fractional if you think that
Two-thirds.
word's better.
But 2/3 of what? I'm sorry, I'm.
It'd be
There's-
council body.
2/3 of the entire, of the total amount, rather than saying requiring 5 people.
Hmm.
You're saying it's going to require 2/3, which
It's for,
technically it would cover it, but if we're reducing the numbers or if it ever changes again, all you're doing is just running it rather than a 2/3. Like you would do like a supermajority vote is a
Mhm.
2/3 vote.
right.
Rather than saying, okay, figuring out how many people you have and saying you need to have 4 out of the 7.
Okay, thank you.
But as a standalone, it's super complicated.
no.
This is one that people are going to just pass right over because they're not going
Probably
to
right.
understand.
Hold this for a minute.
So do we have a motion?
Uh,
I-
I think the attorney's still coming up with procedurally how to do this because we've already voted on 7, so.
Well, no, you voted on 7, you're not changing the language on 7, you're just sticking the language of 11 to 7. So you're just adding to it. In other words, you're not really
You're not,
substantively,
you're not modifying, you're just supplementing.
yeah, you're
I
supplementing.
think is what he's trying to say.
Thank you.
I'll go with that if it moves us along quicker.
Yes, we're gonna do that. Now, but the question becomes is how do you say what we're trying to do, which is change it from numerical to fractional?
No, I think you keep the same language. You just, at the end of 7, add and update council voting and meeting requirements by modifying to provide proportional thresholds.
Yeah, the way that we put it was to be by fixed numerical requirements with proportional, right? So just put that there.
Well, I think there was 2 different conversations. I think there was
Okay.
one, Vice Chairman Guanzo says the language is confusing, and and then Commissioner Fernandez is just simply saying, just move it over in totality.
Wasn't that Ruano that did that?
Well, I heard you say it, but she may have said it.
To move it to 7.
Right, my idea was to
He
just
was just saying it now.
move the language to say, like, at the end and adjust proportional voting thresholds accordingly. Something very straight, like
Okay.
simple and,
Okay, no, that's,
because when you use that word, it's like understood that it has to do with the changing.
but here's the question, and I just want to make sure everybody's okay with this. That works, but the way that I understand from what you're saying would be instead of being 5, now it's 4, if you're changing the number of council members, but not changing it to a fraction. But you could say the same thing you're saying, so say what you just said, to adjust it proportionally.
Adjusting by adjusting proportional voting thresholds accordingly.
Well, by adjusting proportional threshold and reflecting them as fractions.
Okay. Okay.
Because I think our
No,
change effectively.
Because that would be,
Well, yeah, because the change all we did was just how it was reflected. It, if we get into decimal points, yes, there was a change. But
no, but I thought that it was, instead of using 5, it's saying 2/3.
correct,
So right,
which
so-
is not changing, yeah.
because right now you have numbers of council members. So
Correct.
changing it and reflecting it as fractions.
Yes.
Not to get overly nerdy, but 2/3
That's what you're doing.
is fractions and proportions are essentially the same
No,
thing mathematically.
no, because,
Yeah.
no, but follow me here for a minute.
Right,
You-
but there's another change.
You're changing it, right now, if you have a supermajority, it's 5. 2/3 of a 7 council member is not the same as of a 5 member, right? So what you want to do is 2 things: change the proportions, right? Because you're changing the numbers. But then the second thing is have it reflected as a fraction. That's what I understand the intent was. If it's not, then we don't have to put that. That's fine.
That
I
is the
follow.
intent, but
What is the language that we approved in the
You approved to change it to fractions.
changing it to fractions?
You did. If we look back at the motion, that's what it
Correct.
was.
Instead of a specific number, we had fractions. That I recall.
Feel like I'm having deja vu.
And we did
We
it
had a
generally
good
because it's
conversation
throughout
before.
it's throughout the charter, not just any specific section.
Because that's what you want to do. You want to change it to fractions. I think.
I'm just trying to look for one
If-
example.
And if we use two fractions of the council or fractions of, like if we add something to the end of that, so that the voter understands fractions of what, right? It's just gonna get worse.
that'll make the whole question fail completely.
Actually, I finally found it there. This is what happened last meeting. Chairman Lay Soto read the proposed question number 10, ballot title, council voting thresholds, special meetings, abstentions, and emergency ordinances. Ballot summary, shall the town charter be amended to update council voting and meeting requirements by replacing fixed numerical requirements with proportional thresholds, so that 1, special meetings may be called upon the request of a majority of the council, in parentheses, instead of 4 council members. 2, when a majority of the members must abstain under state law, the remaining members may approve a matter by unanimous vote. And 3, emergency ordinances require a 2/3 vote, parentheses, instead of 5 members.
So it's three specific changes within the charter.
Yeah.
And we use the word, can we use the phrase by modifying voting thresholds instead of proportional thresholds? That doesn't capture it.
Mr. Chair, it's simply, isn't it just the majority
Commissioner
of
Bennett,
council members?
sorry, guys, Commissioner Bennett.
I'm sorry, isn't it just a majority? If the majority, why do we have to give a number at all?
No, some of them are some of them are 2/3 is supermajority.
Does it have to be a supermajority or a majority?
Well, for
Depends.
the way that currently for creating an emergency ordinance says no less than 5 members, which is a supermajority. So it was just converting it to 2/3, so that way it represents it. So it doesn't matter how many people there are on the council. Because if you because even in the instance, it's an emergency because you've lost 2 members and you can't get 5 people to even vote on it. It says no less than 5, you're gonna have a problem. Rather, you're gonna have a supermajority. There's a whole bunch of things that it's better to have a proportion rather than a specific number.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember why we decided to make it a supermajority versus just a majority. I just don't remember.
Because that,
We didn't change to make it was always a supermajority. We
Well, I
just
think-
changed it from a
I'm just
number
going back
to a
10
proportion.
years ago. I can't remember why we did that. Okay.
Yeah. So where are we at, guys?
you're at I think we have a motion on the floor that was made by Councilwoman Rano, which was to change or to move the language of ballot question number 11, as you stated, to 7.
And if that wasn't seconded, I'll second.
Vice
Vice Chair.
Chairman. Okay. Any further discussion?
And Commissioner Ruano, restate the motion?
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
That's really a vote.
I know. Yeah, see,
So
I didn't think we had
Yeah.
the stated motion,
Well-
but
Okay, so the motion was to add to ballot question number 7. At the end of that question, it'll read, to abolishing seat number 6 upon expiration of the current term in 2030 with no further election for seat number 6 and providing for modified proportional thresholds. And providing for modified proportional thresholds. I feel like it should say voting thresholds or
Mhm.
council voting thresholds.
Council voting threshold.
Providing for modified proportional council voting thresholds.
You know, in thinking about it, I think that that's sufficient if that's approved to move it to the way that it's going to be stated as 2/3. Yeah.
Right. I'll second that.
Or updating.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a better word, updating.
Proportional,
instead of modifying.
And updating,
Updating and modifying, because we're modifying it. But you're modifying it.
Yeah,
Because updating would just be moving the numbers, but modifying is achieving that, so.
All right, so we have a motion. Okay, any further discussion?
I'm good with it.
Madam Clerk, you said proportional thresholds, but it was proportional council member voting thresholds, right? Or council
Proportional council member voting threshold.
member voting thresholds.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have it? Number wise, are we good?
69.
Perfect. And do we need to change the ballot title? Or do you think the ballot title captures it?
No.
That would capture. it,
Perfect.
yeah.
All right. So no further discussion, hearing no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Seeing none? Oh, sorry,
I
none?
said no.
Okay, we have one no. Any other no's? Just make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay,
Jesus.
so 11 has been moved and incorporated into 7.
You raised 2 questions?
All right. 12,
12 we did.
12 we
were on
did.
13.
now we're on the 13. We don't need a vote. This one was approved at the last one based on my notes. All right, and then 14. 14 is is the item that was tabled from the last meeting. Yes, this was tabled upon motion from Commissioner Bennett for adding additional language. Those friendly amendments on additional language. And this is the revised language of Mr. Town Attorney, if you could read it.
Yes, we're in number 14, correct?
Correct.
Shall the town charter be amended to align the recall petition signature requirement with section 100.361 Florida statutes, which adjust as required based on the town's registered voters, comma, so that the charter automatically conforms to the applicable statutory tier as the town's registered voters grow?
I'll make a motion to approve the language.
It's grow, I believe.
Grow, yes, I realize
Without the
that.
Yes.
It's got to remove the S.
So there's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I know.
Yes, I second.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
The which adjusts as required based on the town's registered voters. Does that need to be there? I don't.
So depending on the town's registered voters and the amount, then the threshold of what is needed in order to have a recall grows. I mean, I'm sorry, shrinks.
Right. I understand I understand the process. I'm just saying on the ballot question, if
Yeah, we could
It
get rid of the
reads-
registered.
the same.
From what I recall, it was several people, and I think it was also what precipitated Commissioner Bennett. He wanted a little bit more language to just be more descriptive as to the reason for it. And that's why we added that language based on his request, and I think it was also part of the discussion that people wanted to have more understanding as to what we were,
right. I-
the adjustment, what was
Right, the
based on.
discussion was section 100.361. Nobody's gonna know what that is.
Yeah.
I just wanted that somehow defined so that they know what they're voting on, that's all.
So then I think if that was the spirit of the change, it should be more descriptive, right? Because which adjusts as required, like adjust what? What adjusts? I don't, like, I read that and I don't,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not smarter after I read it.
The recall petition signature requirement.
Right.
That's what adjusts. That's the first part of it. To align the recall petition signature requirement, which adjusts as required based on the town's registered voters.
Which adjusts the number of petitions needed as required based on
Well, the
The-
recall petition signature requirement. It refers back to the original sentence. If you want to, if you want to rewrite think of a better way, I'm open to it.
While he's thinking, may I ask a different question?
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I know we had this discussion, but I'm going to ask the attorney to remind me. So if the statutes require this, don't we have to do it anyway?
You do.
So why are we asking this question if?
The reason, because the language we changed right now sets a firm 10% threshold. However, we are on the cusp of the change right now statutorily changes at 25,000 elected voters. We're at
registered, yeah.
23. And we believe within the next 10 years, we're going to exceed the 25,000. And if we exceed it before the next Charter Revision Commission, then our charter is going to be in non-compliance with state statute. So rather, we said as provided by law, which was
Yeah.
reflected in here.
And I'm sorry to ask this question to either of you really, but wouldn't the state statute supersede our charter?
All the time.
Yes,
It will.
it would, but if we have an opportunity to just change it now
Hmm.
and get it to comply, so that way our charter's not in non-compliance.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to ask this one more time. But if we were in non-compliance, the state statute would correct it anyway.
Well, it would do everything. Yeah, we could say that, that
Yeah.
our council members could commit felonies from the bench or
Yeah.
from the dais too,
Yeah.
and then say, oh, well, we're
Yeah.
just going to defer to the state statute.
All right,
We
I'm
really wouldn't
gonna-
wanna have that.
Can I check to see if I was on the prevailing side on this? Because I think this is probably a superfluous question that is probably not needed. If we're really trying to limit the number of questions, in my opinion, this is one that state statutes already take care of.
Was he on the prevailing?
So Commission Member Bennett stated that he would like additional language to be added to the question because as it written, there's a lot of unknown. Commission Member Ruano seconded the motion. Commissioner Ruano opined that it was important to add the municipality size and percentage of signature required. After further discussion, Chair Lay Soto made a friendly amendment to table for the town attorneys to redraft this question, modifying the language and providing a better explanation to address perhaps the growing nature of the electorate of the town. Commission Member Bennett agreed to the friendly amendment and the motion passed to table unanimously.
No,
7-0.
I think we need to look at the underlying, what the charter question, what the change to the charter, whether he was on the prevailing side of that motion.
This is from last meeting.
Well, that was as to the charter question, but we just need as to the actual charter language that was amended. That's what we need to find.
Chairman Lay Soto made a motion to adopt the language, and Commission Member Fernandez seconded the motion. Commission Member Fernandez stated that state law is going to preempt the town charter, and that for said reason, to reduce voter fatigue, he would be okay with eliminating this question. Commission Member Bennett stated that he does not agree with the proposed language. During discussion, Chairman Lay Soto explained that the commission members had decided to remove the 10% number and to align with the applicable law. Chairman Lay Soto explained that the proposed language removed the reference to 10% so that it aligns with whatever state law is, so that if it changes in the future, it is aligned to state law. Deputy Town Attorney Gobiela stated that the percentage varies on the size of the local government. And then what I read earlier, Commission Member Bennett stated that he would like additional language to be added to this question because that as it is written, there is a lot of unknown. Commission Member Ruano seconded that motion. Commission Ruano opined that it was important to add the municipality size and percentage of signature required. After further discussion, Chairman Lay Soto made a friendly amendment to table and for the town attorneys to redraft this question, modifying the language and providing a better explanation to address perhaps the growing nature of the electorate of the town. Commissioner Member Bennett agreed to the friendly amendment, and the motion to table passed unanimously.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, basically, the only thing that I objected to was on the question that says section 100.361. If we can either explain what that is or what the parameters of that is in the question, that would explain what we want to achieve. That's the only thing I objected to, because it's a charter amendment that's referring to a Florida state, a law that they're going to go to the ballot box without understanding what the Florida statute says. That's the only reason, that's the only language I wanted changed. Now, I don't know if you can do that in 75 words, but I just wanted to make sure that in some way that we could describe to the electorate what that section means and how it's going to be effective as we grow in size and population. Thank you.
And as it pertains, this is one of the questions, or maybe the only one that addresses the voters directly. So when you have the statute information cited in the question, they're going to want to know, what does that mean exactly? So if there was a way to explain it with more clarity, I think it's important. The voters are going to look at this because it says the voters, right? That's one that they're going to pay attention to.
Yeah, so I think there's two issues that are being discussed right now. Is one, what Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Matos is talking about is about just the way it's presented in the language. And Vice Chairman Inguanzo has requested an inquiry as to whether or not he was on the successful motion because he'd like to eliminate the question and the change in its totality. So that'd be two different aspects. So
fine.
I'm looking at just to see the language and see who was on to address the Vice Chairman's question. And then I think we can address both issues.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm going to ask the attorney a question, the attorney again. So again, I think I know the answer, but make sure we're all clear. If we did nothing, if this question was not on the ballot, and we did in a couple of years cross that threshold from, 23,000 registered voters to 26,000 registered voters, the statutes would correct our issue in the town to conform to whatever the statutes require?
So what you would have is you would have a conflict between what the charter says, which gives us a specific numerical amount, and what the statute says, which
Yeah.
is a different amount.
Yeah.
So yes, if challenged, state statute would prevail over the town's charter.
Could we, I'm going to go back to our first question where we kind of do a problem there is we're at 75 words, but make non-conforming substack. So if we go back to ballot question 1,
Mhm.
number 6 there, it says make conforming non-substantive technical corrections. I guess that wouldn't fit there, but number 1 to me is just kind of a cleanup. But isn't there anything in our charter that says that we must adhere, anything that the statutes change that we must adhere to whatever the statutes define?
That's just law in general.
All right,
Yeah.
so I
I-
mean,
I
I'll,
think
I'll give you an example of one. And I think we're doing some cleanup with regards to when elections must be held after there's a vacancy. It says, or it's stated 90 days. I think we cleaned that up as far as the vacancy requirement, right? So the way that it was before states something that would be in conflict with election law. Because election law, if the elections department says you can only have an election, 120 days out, you're saying you have to have it 90 days out, you can't have it 90 days out, you have to have it 120 days out. So state statute would prevail in that instance. It's avoiding just a future conflict. That's why you want to clean it up. That's all.
I think what could happen, right? So definitely if it was challenged by someone, I think it's incontrovertible that state law would prevail. I think the benefit that I could see to having this question on there is, let's say you have a recall petition and the people organizing the recall petition read the town charter and the town charter says X, Y, and Z. And so they go through this entire process. And after they go through this entire process, they then find out from somebody else that state law says otherwise. And so now you've made them go through this, process in a way that was unfruitful and, just wasted everybody's time, right? I think that's the risk in not changing it.
I think the question is important. I think it needs to be there. I just think it needs to be clarified so that it makes more sense.
then, Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw my request to determine whether or not I'm eligible to withdraw the motion, I mean, the question.
So you're withdrawing your inquiry?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to, okay, perfect. So if we withdrawing the inquiry, then it's remaining is the question that Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Matos had regarding the language.
I guess the attorney's reviewing. I mean, obviously, is it still a percentage of electors in the law, in the state law, in the section? I mean,
It's not a
we can just
percentage, it's
restate-
the statute, the way it currently reads, and remember, the statute could always be, they could change it to some other type of threshold. They could change it even to the number wise, which is why I was just deferring to what the statutory tier, because they do create just tiers of where we're at. We're
Okay.
just happen to be on that cusp of the, from the, that'll change the threshold. It actually reduces the.
It's based on a percentage, though. I mean, I believe for county commission, it's 6% of the electors.
That's what he wants.
Yeah, well, the
But I agree.
percentage goes
Yeah.
to the number that are required for a recall petition.
Correct.
Not necessarily the number of electors. The electors is a hard and fast number. So I know one of the thresholds is that we're gonna be dealing with is more than 25,000 have a lower percentage.
Right. I think our attorney has the answer.
Yeah, I was just talking about this with the town clerk, and she has a good idea, except I'm gonna add just one word to it. I go, shall the town charter be amended to align the recall petition signature threshold to applicable statutory tiers as town registered voters grow? See, we did it both together.
Move it.
Second.
That's why we have you here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That eliminates the unknown
No,
with
you know what
the- citing the statute. That's
Motion,
perfect.
Yes.
motion by Commissioner Fernandez. Motion for Commissioner Fernandez, second by Commissioner Abad.
All right.
All right, any further discussion on that question?
All credit goes to the town clerk.
Yes.
Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? Approved. As amended. All right. Now we're getting into, these were new questions that we had voted on and requested the town attorney to come back with questions. So Mr. Town Attorney, if you could read them into the record, please.
Ballot question number 15.
Yes.
Interference with administration. Shall the town charter be amended to provide that the town council and its members may make good faith inquiries and investigations of town employees without first passing a council resolution?
Move it.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
That's beautiful. I almost shed a man tear when I heard it.
We inquired of the town clerk and she was the one that gave us the language for it. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? None, motion passes. 16, even another shorter one. The shortest question, I think, on the entire questions. Mr. Town Attorney, this is
And
another
this
one
one-
that we asked. If you
Yeah,
could
this
read
was
it,
at the
sir.
behest of our mayor, early voting requirement for elections. Shall the town charter be amended to require a minimum of 2 days early voting for any municipal election?
I'll move it.
Second.
Second. All right, any discussion?
Just quick discussion, I'm sorry.
Oh,
It says any municipal election. I mean, are we talking any municipality or are we talking about our municipality only?
It's our charter, so any municipal.
I know, I'm just, it's.
well,
okay.
we wouldn't be able to control the early voting for any
I
other.
understand that, but the language kind of implies otherwise, doesn't it?
No,
Okay,
I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me put it that way.
all right.
Commissioner Ruano and Commissioner or Vice Chairman
I
Nguyen.
do. Listen, I'm all 100% supportive of this, but just, it's, I think to the clerk, a question. So you have to coordinate early voting with the supervisor of elections, right? So just on your end, are there any logistical challenges that you foresee in mandating this now for any election or every election?
I think it gets challenging for runoff, is what I think. But you get it done. You communicate with the supervisor of election, and as long as you have the money to pay for the early voting.
So let's walk that through, because we made a change for our runoff, right? It's moving now.
Second
let's see.
Tuesday, December,
So it's basically a month after, right? It's 4 weeks after, basically, from the election? Is that what we did?
approximately.
Mhm.
And the supervisor of election can accommodate within a 30-day period? I'm just asking, because I know in my dealings with the supervisor of elections, they sometimes will provide
Yes.
a minimum number of days that are required.
Yeah, because we communicate, the Office of the Clerk communicates, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a year in advance or 2 years in advance of elections. So if this passes, I would know that I've been instructed to always provide for early voting. So I would have to state, in case a runoff is needed, please set aside 2 days for early voting.
All right.
You have to let them know in advance 2 years.
So they'll plan, so they know that there may or may not be a runoff on December 9th of 2028, but they'll plan for it in the event that there is.
I would have to communicate with them that that is the per town charter.
Yeah.
Early voting needs to happen in case need be.
And I'm
in
sorry to
case
ask this
there's a-
question. If that's the case and there is no runoff or early voting for a runoff because there's no runoff, do they charge you for that or no? Or do they only charge if they actually,
If it happens,
only if it happens? Okay.
yes.
Okay.
If it doesn't happen, no. Like
Okay.
right now, if you go to the Elections Department website, you're gonna see many municipalities that have election in the next November, us being included, and you will see that there is a potential runoff for 21 days after November 23rd.
Right.
And we just have that as a hold, because I don't know if the need will
Sure.
take place.
My last
And if it
question.
doesn't happen, we don't pay.
Right. My last question, who determines what the 2 days are? Is it the supervisor of elections? Do they tell us it's the Friday and the Saturday or the Saturday and the Sunday before the election? Or do we have the ability to determine what those days are?
I don't know exactly the answer. I went up from memory. I think there was an election, I think it was the runoff that former Mayor Manny Sid won over former Mayor Michael Pizzi. And I can vividly remember that we had a runoff in Mary Collins, and it was a Saturday and a Sunday. And I want to say from memory that we requested that. We said, though, I think the council actually voted. I think the council at the time chose that weekend to be the,
Yeah, I would assume if
I
you're-
think we choose. I think the elected officials choose, and I just communicate and request.
Yeah, I mean, this says a minimum of 2 days, so the council, I guess, would have the ability to determine if they wanted to do it for a week, like for a general election. Does that give them the power under this question?
If
Under
the
this question,
charter
yes.
states a minimum and this passes, they could vote to say we
7
want to,
days or 10 days?
if they have the
Okay.
money.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any
No.
further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. This passes. I believe we've now gone through all the questions. We have them all approved.
We don't have any.
No.
I don't believe so. Madam Clerk, did you have something? I don't know. Oh, okay, I thought you were saying
Just,
something.
Mr. Chair, just one question. Are we going to send, once again, my question about sending a memo with the ballot questions to the council when they do it, saying there might be some outstanding issues they might want to address by ordinance? Are we going to include anything like that?
So we're going to do, there's going to be a memorandum, a report that gets drafted through with the attorneys and myself to transmit this over to the council for their review
Okay.
and subsequent approval. I don't believe that, I don't know what was done last time. You would have been working with the town attorney at that time to do that
Right, yeah,
aspect of
we,
it.
we did draft
but-
just a minor memo.
Yeah,
but,
I think that'll be simple enough if you guys give me direction to include, I'll bring in some of those, there's some of these matters.
It can be added.
And we can add those to submit to them. I know she had shared with it, but I didn't get a chance to read it.
All right, thank you.
This is.
Give me 1
Do you
second.
need a motion to adjourn?
What's included. It's
Wow.
very brief.
We still have one more item.
You
Okay,
can keep-
yeah, it's a very simple, I see we're here. Yeah, there was even a section that you had put in about other recommendations that you had done in the last time around, and we'll do something similar as that. We'll take into account. Right before we adjourn, I know I had the last item I had on the agenda is just kind of closing comments to the extent that any of you guys want to include any type of comments, discussions, anything you'd like to say, keep it more or less brief. I know everybody wants to leave, but this is our official last day as a commission operating.
I'm open to
So-
saying something. So I just personally wanted to thank you all for your patience. I know it's been very long. It's been very tedious at times. I do appreciate Gina and Lorenzo. I mean, I read the work that they've done. It's incredible, the amount of work you put up. So I do regret that we did not have many. I anticipated more people, more residents to give input. I do regret not seeing that. And obviously, I do want to thank Councilman Hersberg for trusting in me, for believing that I could actually sit up here and try to do this. So, but it's been an honor, truly, 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 and I appreciate what you've done for the town.
All right. Any other commissioners like to make any closing remarks? Commissioner Matos?
I do, for sure. Thanks, Alexis and Maria. You guys have been great. We couldn't have done this, and the town manager as well. Everybody on this board it's just an honor to sit here with you. In the beginning, I remember the first meeting, it's like, oh my God, it's gonna be a lot. It's a lot. And it was just, it was like a pool that just came in. And bit by bit, the pieces just like a puzzle started to fit. Thank you, Councilman Fernandez, for placing your trust and confidence in me. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matos? Commissioner Rono?
you. Thank you. So I echo the sentiments of everyone on the commission. I appreciate the staff. I've always appreciated the staff. Thank you, Morelis. I know that you've done a lot of this behind the scenes. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience. I know that I speak out of turn consistently, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you to all of the members for going on this journey. It's always exciting to be up here. And thank you, Councilmember Alex, for appointing me and for giving me this opportunity.
Commissioner Rono, thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, I have to, first of all, applaud Gina to keep these things straight. I've dealt with complex modeling that uses supercomputers, and I think she did an excellent job trying to keep everything straight. Quite impressive. I do want to say I am very impressed with this commission in general. It was one of the most detailed revisions that I've ever gone through, including the 2016 one. Granted, we've had some issues that come up that needed this, but it was an astounding job, and I do applaud everyone. And I also applaud our chairman. And I don't mean to make faces. I was just in shock. Just call it a reaction. It was involuntary. But I was, once again, I'm very impressed overall, and I do wish we had more public input. It would have helped a lot to help us form. I hope that when these questions go before the people, they really seriously understand what we tried to do, and hopefully they'll either accept or reject the various questions. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to?
Absolutely. So, going into it, the one thing that I definitely did expect was how awesome everybody in this room is, because I've served with most of you in some way, shape, or form. I'd see neighborhood improvement committee members and former council members, and so I knew exactly what I was getting myself into. But going through this process, I think was something that I wish every elected official went through before they became an elected official, not after, such as we did, and really understanding all of the intricacies of the charter is very illuminating. So I definitely, I wanted to thank everybody that's up here and everybody that's in this room, for continuing to be amazing and continuing to be one of the reasons that Miami Lakes is such a wonderful place to live, grow, and work. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to go Vice Chairman Inguanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real briefly, of course, I'll echo what everybody said, but, thank you to all my colleagues up here. I know we're all very committed to trying to make Miami Lakes an even better place to live. So appreciate everybody working so hard to trying to do that. And of course, to the manager and the attorney and the clerk and your staff, Alexis and Morales, and everybody involved in making this process seamless. So greatly appreciated. And it's been a pleasure to be up here with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Is Councilmember Fernandez?
I'll be brief. You guys really did a great job. I think that it was so important. Just as important as the questions that will appear on the ballot are just going through the rest of the charter and debating and discussing. And I think that it's just as important, that aspect of it. But I want to thank again the attorneys and our clerk and our deputy clerk. Thank you guys for all the work, and for everybody up here. It was an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember. And I'll give the town attorney or town clerk and town attorney, if you guys would like to say anything. You don't have to. It's your choice.
Very brief. It's always an honor to work with all of you. This is not the first time that I work with each one of you. And again, you're people that I love, that I admire. I'm very happy. I differ from Commission Member Fernandez when you stated that you think this is a good process for individuals before they're elected officials. No, I think it was wonderful to have an excellent mix of former committee members, former elected officials that went through it. You really bring your experience. I think, and then other individuals that are amazing residents, smart, as I said earlier in another meeting. I think it was challenging because it's the town, we all love the town charter. It's our constitution. We want to make it better. We're passionate, we're vocal, we're active. But for me, it was an honor to be part of this. A lot of work. It's still not done. I have to do the minutes of this meeting in a few days and give them in a hurry to Mireles and to Lorenzo and to the chair to improve the ballot questions and have it on the agenda for the council members, the mayor and council, to review in 2 weeks in the regular council meeting. So our work is still not done, but as always, with a lot of honor and pride, we'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Town Clerk and Mr. Town Attorney.
Yeah, just a few words, because I opened up with thanking all of you, but I just thought about, echoing what Councilmember Vice Mayor Fernandez said, is that, we're an amazing group of people that are up here. And I've worked with each and every single one of you, I think, for as long as I can remember. But I think something that makes us different from maybe another municipality is that, even Gina, who's the town clerk, myself, town attorney, and Morales working here, and Alexis, is that we're all neighbors. So what we're doing here is a labor of love, yes, You know, we're volunteers working, but we all are affected by the decisions we make here. And I think all of us, what makes Miami Lakes also a little different is everybody's passionate about this town. And that's a beautiful thing. So it's a blessing to be with all of you. Thank you for making and challenging me, by the way, because all of you have challenged me to the nth degree. And I appreciate that. What was that saying? Stone sharpens stone, or steel sharpens steel. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Town Attorney. So I'll close up is, first and foremost, as you guys have all said, is I'm very proud of this entire commission. Every single one of you guys have significantly contributed. No one was at a lack of questions, comments, interpretations, and it truly benefited the process that we went through. Days have gone long like today, and now, I'm not going to be too long, but, I truly appreciate each and every one of you guys, those of you that I've worked with before, even those that this was the first time that we really had a substantive interaction, this type of environment. It truly helped me be a better person, I believe. I think it helped me refine my abilities in sitting in this role. I thank you guys for giving me the confidence, whether or not you had it or not, but I felt like you guys gave me the confidence to sit up here. And it truly was easy being patient. I've sat on many other boards, many more I can tell you, that are more conflictive than this, and that things get very personal. And I really appreciate it. We truly, in my opinion, are serving our community. It's what I set out to from the very beginning, is to put out something that gives our community the options to figure out what it is, what do they really want to change. I too feel that, it would have loved to have seen more involvement. I'm going to just, I guess, assume it that they just thought that we have a lot of control in that, and so they deferred to us. I'll just go ahead and say that on the record, that they just they had a lot of confidence in what we were doing. But for those that did appear from the community that gave comments in addition to the council members, those that appeared either virtually, that even listened in, or even have it reviewed, because I know that they did, that there have been people out there, because I've heard those comments. Really appreciate you guys taking that time. Really looking forward to this. This is I believe this is still the beginning of the process. The next steps are going to be to see what efforts. I know there's some strong views on a few of these items, and it's just making sure that our town is educated on. I encourage every single one of you guys to get out there, and voice your opinions, and let's see where we go. Sure. So I'll get into the next steps. I'll jump into that real quick. So the next steps is we're going to be drafting up the report that we'll be transmitting over to the council. The council will receive that, and hopefully we'll take that up at their next meeting coming up in 2 weeks. Then they will, their motion, their resolution is simply to transmit it as the way it is, as we've written, as we've stated that the questions will be together with the red lines. They'll be transmitting that over to the supervisor elections to set this for ballot in November. Yes, Madam Town Clerk.
Just to give you some information that we did, according to the law, I did send an email to the supervisor of election, Ms. Alina Garcia, requesting, right, the special election, the adding of these charter amendments to the November 3rd, and she immediately accepted our request. So I just wanted to inform you all that we do have her blessing, and that the Office of the Supervisor of Election is aware that we're going to have a meeting in the next 2 weeks, as you mentioned, where we will be within the deadline, and they'll be receiving our questions.
Sure. And so that meeting, the next town council meeting is going to be on June 16th at 6:30 p.m. here in Chambers. I welcome each of the commission members, if you guys are available, to come in. I'll obviously be speaking with the mayor and the council members to see exactly how they'd like to present that matter. But, I'll be, sharing my thoughts that I'm sharing with you guys now as well during that council meeting, because I'm truly and utterly proud of this board, of this commission, of what we've done, of everyone, the town staff that have been here, from those that are up here to even the custodial staff that has had to stay late a few times you know, because of, you know, us being able to get our time, all of our questions and answers done and giving us the time for it. You know, thank you to Miami-Dade Sheriffs for being here with us every single one of those nights, ensuring, you know, protecting our community and everything that you guys do. We truly appreciate it. And lastly, is I definitely want to thank is my family. You know, with my two boys, they've had the opportunity, you know, being here is obviously a takeaway from them, but they've seen it. They see it on the live stream. They've seen it afterwards. They've made great comments. And that to me is just very special to be able to do this for them, because this is the community. This is where we chose to live, me and my wife, when we came to move here. We truly love Miami Lakes. I always tell people, I believe it's one of the last bastions in South Florida that is a true community. It's a place where the kids still ride around, sometimes in the middle of the roads where they shouldn't be, but, you know, kids still ride around, you know, where they still are able to ride around in the middle of the roads with the least amount of danger, where people, you know, we gather in both, you know, Main Street and other parts. You have community that gets together often. You know, you still have that neighborhood feel that I see in different parts of our county where it just isn't there anymore. We still have it. We still maintain it. And I hope that for the future, for at least minimum next 10 years, that, you know, we continue to grow beautifully and appropriately. And so with that, you know, I want to thank every single one of you guys. I can't say it even more. I truly, really appreciate it, every one of you, from the bottom of my heart. And looking forward to seeing what's next for our community and working with you guys in different capacities. So with that, we will adjourn. Thank you very much.